has to retaliate. We can hit him and take him out.
Can't wait.
He's got to fire that missile or he's dead.
That solar missile's only good for one shot. If you waste it, we have nothing to use it.
14B District Court is now in session. My name is Elaine Washington, and I'm the judge that will be presiding over this session. Court will call the case of Arbor One Apartments versus Derek Hudson, Ray Vega, Katie Hudson.
Judge, good afternoon. May it please the court, Robert Novak appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon. All right, who do we have here? Is Derek Hudson available? Katie Hudson.
Yes.
Hello, Ms. Hudson. And what about Gray Vago? Is that a yes?
I know that Derek is on.
Derek is on?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I thought it said Derek's phone.
Okay, there's Derek's phone. Yes, I can hear it.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And then I saw Gray Vago, but you're muted for whatever reason, ma'am. It looks like you're not connected. I mean, you're connected, but you're not. When you speak, I can't hear you.
Is it working now?
Yes, thank you. All right.
Okay.
All right. All right, so the last time we were here on June 23rd, it appeared that the matter was being processed. Ms. Lee, are you able to give us any updates on this matter?
Your Honor, this application is with Hawk. At the last hearing, I did inform that we're still waiting on the landlord's information. It's been sent to Amy at the leasing office, but we still haven't received.
I can't make out what you're saying. Someone's giving me feedback. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
This case is with Hawk. At the last hearing, I did inform that we still need the landlord's information. We still have not received their application in the portal, so we haven't had much progress in this case.
And Judge, I'm going to look into that. I was unaware of it. I had emailed my client telling them to put their application inside the portal for Hawk. Let me look into this, please.
All right. But it has a caseworker already?
Yes, Your Honor, it's been assigned.
Ms. Lee,
Yes.
who is the caseworker at Hawk?
It is with I'm so sorry, the portal froze on me. I will email you the
Thank you.
worker.
And Ms. Lee, should I have my client email directly the caseworker their application?
I already sent the landlord link to Amy at the
Yes.
leasing office.
Yeah.
I can give you their Sarah number. They should be able to look up by their Sarah number in the email.
Okay. What is the Sarah number?
It is 150528.
I'm sorry, 150528.
28.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
All right, we'll bring this matter back in 3 weeks to see if we have the landlord application in and the matter process. That'll take us to August 4th.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That'll be at 1 p.m. All right, everyone?
Okay.
Thank you.
See you then.
Thank you.
Show back up here. If you don't, then a judgment can enter against you. So please re-show. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Village Grove 18 LLC versus Devin Underwood.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you call Dominique Jones at Arbor One? I've been in here. I didn't hear my name.
No, I did not, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record,
I need
Daniel
to finish-
Land,
I
I'm
need to
appearing on
finish
behalf
calling
of
the
Village
case.
Grove.
Mr. Landman, I need to finish calling the case. I didn't.
My apologies.
Village Grove 18 LLC versus Devin Underwood and Eric Taylor, case number 21C 1308 LT.
For the record, Your Honor, Daniel Landman appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Is there either an Devon Underwood or Eric Taylor available?
They're both present, Devon Underwood.
All right, both parties are present. Thank you. This case last we knew was assigned to SOS. Ms. Lee, do we have an update?
Your Honor, this is with SOS. It has not been assigned to a caseworker.
Just so that everyone on the call is aware, we had a meeting this morning and it was indicated that SOS is behind in their filings until they're only through May, I think. I think they're still processing people who send in applications in May. They have not assigned caseworkers to people from May. Hawk, on the other hand, has assigned people who are through June 9th. So Hawk will have cases assigned further out. SOS will not have that done yet, but they are working on them and processing applications. So I thought I would take the time to inform the people in the virtual courtroom as to where we are. So
It is simultaneously discouraging and encouraging, Your Honor.
I agree with you. That is an accurate assessment. I can tell you that they will be processed, and we'll get to that. Get to those. And they're picking up their pace, and they're also hiring new reviewers. So that should hopefully make this go a little bit faster. Given that it has not been assigned yet, I will bring you back. Are you okay with an August date, Mr. Landman?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Under the circumstances, this is not a large balance case.
All right, thank you. August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m.
Yeah, we should have that paid off by tomorrow, so probably won't be no need for that.
All right, I'm hearing that they may be paying on their rent by tomorrow. Of course, they're not obligated to do at this point, but if they do, that would be great. And then they can process and get you future funding. So you can still get assistance. It'll be for your future rent, okay?
Oh, okay.
Wait, let me rephrase that. I don't know that you're eligible, but assuming that you're eligible, you may qualify for future rent. Let me rephrase how I said that, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Greenbrier Estates versus Brianna McNeese, case number 21C0972.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rachel Dornbush, Pellets Law, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dornbush. Is Brianna McNeese present, please?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Hello, ma'am. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. All right, last time we were here on June 9th, this matter has not been assigned to someone from SOS. We knew that it was with SOS. Ms. Lee, what is the status, please?
Your Honor, it still has not been assigned to a caseworker.
So this is an April filing, right? When did the application come in on this one?
Your Honor, we are having problems with the portal right now. It's been going on for a few days. It's running extremely slow for me, so I'm not able to check their date right now. Oh, it was submitted on May 3rd.
All right. So this should be assigned to a worker here within the next few days. It may even be assigned by the end of the day. I know that they were working on the beginning of the May, and they had about 15 that they were trying to assign out today, Ms. Dornbush.
I appreciate the update, Your Honor. I defer to the court with respect to the next date. I know, we're
it is what it is. So whatever date Your Honor would like to set this for.
August 4th.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m. That's when we'll see you back here, okay, Ms. McNeese?
Okay, that was August 4th?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Robinson, you're going to be getting a blue button that says please join the breakout room so that you can speak with opposing counsel, Mr. Piotrowski. Arbor One Apartments versus Dominique Jones, case number 21C1060.
Judge Robert Novak appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
I'm Dominique Jones. I apologize for earlier, Judge. I'm sorry, I thought I missed my name.
That's okay, Ms. Jones. All right. Last time we were here on June 9th, the application had been submitted. It was adjourned to today's date. Ms. Lee, are you able to give us an update?
Your Honor, this case is with Hawk. I spoke with the caseworker yesterday, and she said the worksheet will be sent out by the end of this week.
Judge, why don't we adjourn this to August 4th? And once I get the worksheet, I'll prepare the conditional dismissal and we can submit a dismissal to the court.
August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m. I'm sorry. I'm going to expect an EO on this one. Make it at 3 p.m. for entry.
Sounds good, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Village Grove 18 LLC versus Kayla Van Buren 21C1309.
Daniel Landman, Your Honor, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Well, again, Mr. Landman, is there a Kayla Van Buren present?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Van Buren, if you're driving, you can't do that and be on Zoom at the same time. It's illegal. Please let us know when you've pulled over and I'll recall the case.
Okay. I'm stopping right now.
Okay. All right. Mr. Landman, last time we were here was June 30th. Let's see. The application hadn't been completed at that time. The link was resent to complete the application. Ms. Lee, what is our status?
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, the portal is extremely slow right now, so I cannot check the status right now. But from what I saw yesterday, the application was still incomplete. It was not in the system.
I got the confirmation number. Let me see. On my end, it says it was complete.
Do you have the serial number with you?
Ma'am, do you have the serial number and when was it completed?
It says submitted date 7/1 at 5:16.
And do you
it
have?
says congratulations, your application was received.
Hello, Mr. Caruso. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. And so you're saying you have it?
Yeah, I have the Sierra number, the 172378.
And Your Honor, I can't verify now, but I think the letter that Ms. Buren read is the confirmation email that the system sends out. So I think this has to
be what you're saying. One second. Right, now you can go ahead, please.
Your Honor, so the letter that Ms. Van Buren read earlier is the confirmation email from the system. I cannot confirm her application in the portal right now. because of the technical difficulties, but I think her application should be in the system by now.
All right. And Mr. Caruso, do you know if the landlord has applied yet?
Yep, those all go directly to me. If I've got the Sierra number, it means I've applied.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, that triggers a 30-day stay, which means that we'll be back here on August 18th.
August 18th.
Yeah, are you driving again? Ms. Buren, are you driving again?
It's breaking up. No, I'm not driving.
I hear your blinker. It's interrupting the court.
I can't hear you.
August 18th, 2021 at 1 p.m. All right, did you hear that, ma'am? I think she's frozen. August 18th at 1 p.m. We'll see you there.
Your Honor,
Yes.
were you just addressing Trina Donaldson?
No, I was not, Mr. Tippy.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. I misunderstood.
Arbor One Apartments versus Abigail Hiskay, 21C 1068.
Judge, again, Robert Novak appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Is there Abigail Hisk or Hiskay present?
Hiskey. Hi, here I am.
Hello, Miss
I'm sorry, I just took a drink and I just choked on it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay,
No. That was the worst timing ever. And yes, I'm hiding in a closet again.
Okay.
Don't laugh at me.
I'm trying not to, but you're not making that easy. So we're back here for after the 30-day stay. Miss Lee.
Your Honor, this case is with SOS. According to the update that I got yesterday, they don't have the landlord's application in the system, and they will need a new DTE bill from the tenant.
All right, ma'am. Did you
And
hear
it is
that?
under review. Oh, I'm so sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
I was just going to say that it is under review.
All right. Thank you.
I did. I received the email yesterday and she said that she needed a couple of more documents, but I'm going to email them tonight when I get home from work.
Mr. Novak, are you going to have your client provide those?
I am, Judge. I'm going to work on an email once I finish with you.
Thank you so much. All right. August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Our rental homes versus, wait a second. This one's gonna really stump me. Craig Mahoney Robinson, 21C 1557 LT.
Well, if you can
Are we
do,
done?
if you can do Piotrowski, I'm sure you can do
Hello?
just about anything else.
Hello.
Tom Piotrowski on behalf of the plaintiff, joined by Ms. Robinson. Ms. Robinson, would you identify yourself, please?
Ms. Robinson, can you hear us, ma'am? Ms. Robinson?
I noticed in the breakout room, she had spotty coverage, so.
I think that it froze and she was kicked off of the. Okay, where's she at? All right, Ms. Robinson, can you hear us, ma'am? Ms. Robinson. I'm sorry, I can't make out what you're saying. Can you hear me?
Ms. Robinson, can you hear us?
I don't think she can, based on the way she's looking around.
Perhaps the court wishes to pass on this matter.
Yes, I will pass.
Thank you.
Arbor Circle Apartments versus Elizabeth Brown. Case number 21C, 1533.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sidney Katz, P51471 on behalf of the plaintiff.
Oh, Mr. Katz.
Hello.
Is
and
there
Ms. Brown-
Elizabeth Brown present?
Yes, I am.
All right, Ms. Brown, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. All right. So you were before the magistrate back on June 30th. And at that time, I'm sure he advised you that you're here because your landlord says you're behind on your rent. Do you plan to get some assistance through the?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Continue. I was just going to say that I do not qualify. So I have paid my June rent, and I have intentions to pay my July rent next week. I have a receipt that I paid. I actually delivered it this morning because I couldn't get over there before this morning.
All right. It sounds like the two of you may need a breakout room.
Yeah, if we could, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brown, you're gonna get a blue button that says join. If you hit that button, then you can go into a breakout room with Mr. Sidney Katz, who's the attorney for the landlord in this case, and discuss a potential resolution of this matter. If you have to have a hearing on this and I have to decide, then and you don't win that, then you're only entitled to a certain number of days before you have to move. So you might want to talk to him about trying to get a resolution.
Your Honor, in the interest of not coming back and having to go on the record, I'm okay with adjourning it for a week. I think she's indicated that she thinks it's going to be paid by then. So I'm okay with adjourning it, and then I'll talk to Ms. Brown in the breakout just to confirm payments and everything.
Yeah, our docket has 78 cases on for next week. So Ms. Brown, when next week were you planning on making the payment?
The 23rd? Yeah, 23rd. That's a Friday. Yes, the 23rd.
So let's adjourn for two. I'm okay with 2 weeks adjournment, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
You can
Adjourn,
put on 5 p.m. docket.
adjourn to July 20th. We've been doing much better than that, Ms.
I know, I see.
You said that, and it may have something to do with the fact that you're not here. No, I'm just joking. You have so few cases. I'm only messing with you. So July 28th, 2021, and I won't give you the 5 p.m. docket. I'm going to give you the 1 p.m. docket. Hopefully that'll give you some incentive to get this done, and then I can have it dismissed before you guys come back.
Okay, and if we could still go in that breakout room, that would be great.
Most definitely, Mr. Katz.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
And it's always good to see you.
Always
Just
good
so that I'm
to see
clear.
Thank you.
Judge, Mr. Katz deserved that. It's been a long time coming to get that comment.
Amen.
Gary Tippy versus Trina Donaldson, case number 21C0752.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Donaldson. How are you?
I'm blessed.
Hello, Mr. Tippy again. How are you doing?
All right, thank you.
Last time we were here, this matter, we had an issue because the check had the wrong amount. We're back here. I was hoping we didn't have to be. So what's going on, Ms. Lee?
Well, some more issues that came up since then, Your Honor, since then.
Ms. Donaldson, I'm asking Ms. Lee, who can give me a precise update, please.
Your Honor, we did have all the worksheets completed, but there was a flooding damage in Ms. Donaldson's unit. So she wanted to put her future rent in escrow until the damage is fixed. And I think Lisa Maskell from Legal Services was assisting this case.
All right. Ms. Hoover, are you able to give me an update?
Yes, Your Honor. That is correct that Lisa Maskell has taken over this case from Karen Anderson. She has been investigating, and I believe she's been trying to get in touch with the caseworker, Sarah Scalabrino, over at Hawk. But I don't think that it will be resolved today because we haven't heard anything back yet.
Okay, so I'm hearing a couple of things. One is that there was some flood damage and they want to put future rents in escrow. My question for Hawk is whether you can pay the back rents and we can deal with the future rent on a future rent basis as opposed to holding out on a check for the entire back rent. We've been dealing with this matter since April. Mr. Tippy has been here waiting for his back rent to be paid.
Your Honor, we usually make payments in a lump sum. So I will check with the caseworker and our supervisor how we are going to proceed with this case.
Okay, who's the supervisor on this case?
TJ, or we might have to talk to Shayna.
Okay. All right. Mr. Tippy, is there something you want to say?
Yes, I've been waiting for a long time. I see no reason for further delay in paying rent. They sent me 2 checks. I was going to look at the date, but not a lump sum, but it was 2 checks. And they had a stop payment on them. So I had $40 of charges for bad checks. And I signed a COD June 29 or 30 of this year. And I don't see any need to sign another one.
All right. Does the COD include future rents?
Yes, it does. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
I reviewed it very carefully and I agree with all the amounts that were specified in the COD because apparently last time I didn't look at it very closely. So there were some differences in numbers, but all the numbers in the latest COD are correct, including they did specify future rents.
What are the allegations around the water damage? Ms. Hoover.
You talking to me or him?
1 second, please. Ms. Hoover, is there someone, are they working only on the CODs and the checks, Ms. Hoover, or are they working on the flooding issue as well?
Your Honor, I believe that they're working on both. If needed, I can, I believe Ms. Maskell is available. I could see if she could get on right now.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
But I also add that no one has been in touch with me regarding this issue since I signed the COD.
So is this the first you're hearing about the flooding issue?
No, it's not the first I've heard about the flooding issue. The flooding happened 2 Saturdays ago.
Right.
It happened on the 26th and you ain't been over here to do what you're supposed to do because you was out of town. So tell the truth. And then when you came over here, you was laughing. Then you took some of my trash that I flooded in my house over to your house that didn't make sense. So if you're going to tell it right. You need to do what you're supposed to as a landlord. You can get your back rent, but the rent that they got for me paid up 3 months, I don't feel like you should get it. It's an oil tank in here that's been leaked out. You haven't did anything about it.
You heard. Ms. Donaldson, there's no yelling and screaming in the courtroom. Do you understand? Let me unmute her.
I can't unmute her.
You're muted, ma'am, so we can't hear you if you're screaming. You're still muted.
Hello?
Ms. Donaldson?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, no more screaming in the courtroom.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I could go right downstairs and show you the oil tank. It's been shifted. The people that put the oil in came out for an inspection. It's been shifted. Oil all on the floor. It was oil in there. Before the flood happened, I was down there living. Everything got messed up. And he come over here laughing and taking trash to his house. That don't make sense to me. It's mold all on the wall. It was sinkholes outside. The city came out here, I got cards, he got document and everything. So he needs to just do his part. They came out yesterday, the hot water tank They fixed the heating thing. It was okay. The furnace still, they coming out on the 19th.
All right, as I said before, we got into Ms. Maskell is present now. Ms. Maskell, are you representing Ms. Donaldson with respect to both of these issues? The rents as well as the landlord's flooding issue?
Your Honor, I was not, we have not filed an appearance in this matter. We have been helping behind the scenes to kind of get the COD sorted out because the parties are both unrepresented. So I think as was indicated earlier, everyone was very close to a resolution, and then this flooding occurred, and Ms. Donaldson has some reasonable concern about the repairs being addressed before all of this future rent is paid to the plaintiff. I think that the guidance provides for a mechanism for the agency, in this case Hawk, to hold money in escrow until these types of issues are sorted out. So it's my hope, I should just also say that I'm just kind of picking up the pieces from Ms. Anderson, but it's my hope that we can get a COD that accomplishes that and you know, gives Mr. Tippie a chance to make these repairs and then gets the payout to him after those are completed, and we don't have to continue to involve the court in that process. But again, that has not happened before, I don't think, with Hawk, and so it's a little bit of a new process.
I understand that it's a new process. This is what I want to say about this. Mr. Tippie has been here for months, giving Ms. Donaldson an opportunity to pay this back rent. He's been working in this system. The system shouldn't work in either party's favor. It's supposed to do what's fair. What's fair in this case is that he gets paid his back rent. If you want to withhold the future rents, that I understand. But withholding the back rents is not fair. One, it's not fair because, in fact, if, you know, as a single landlord, he's been waiting to get his back rents and he hasn't had the income coming in, now you're crippling him by not paying him his money so he can get the work done. So it is my suggestion to you all, without an order, that you fix that by giving him his back rent so that he can fix the problem, and then we can deal with the future rents. So I'm hopeful that the parties can work that out.
I don't have no problem with them paying him his back rent. And I done paid him since then. I paid him some cash. So it ain't like he ain't been getting paid, but he could get his back rent. But I feel like the future rent should be in escrow because this is serious. This is oil. This is not gas.
Ms. Donaldson, I don't know if you heard the words that came out of my mouth, but it said that the future rent would be in escrow.
That's why I say I don't have no problem with that. I don't have no problem with none of that.
Mr. Tippie.
Can I make a comment, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I would request guidance on getting an impartial party on solving the quote unquote flooding issue. Every time I've come over to get into the place, she refuses to give me admittance to the property. And
that is not true.
Ms. Donaldson, he did not interrupt you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So she steadfastly refuses to let me in, even to inspect what damages might be there. And then when I came over to work on it yesterday, she would not let me in until a plumber was already there. And when I came to the door with my tote full of stuff to do maintenance, she yelled at me at the door, at the door, like she was just yelling just now, and wasn't going to let me in if she didn't think I had cleaning supplies in my tote. So I need guidance on getting an impartial party on this. While the plumber was there, I asked him to inspect the oil tank. He saw no evidence of any leaks in the piping at all. And there's no evidence of oil on the floor. So she obviously has decided to be a challenge to me, and I definitely need guidance on an outside objective party.
Well, she is showing us video images that Ms. Donaldson, I'm talking.
Okay.
Which clearly shows that there's damage in the basement area. It sounds like I need two things to happen. One is we need to get some guidance from Hawk as to how they can manage to do this in a 2 checks. And if we need to speak with someone who's a supervisor over there to see if that can be done and they have to come to court, then we can have that happen. And then 2, it sounds like we may need to have a separate hearing regarding what we're going to do as to the basement and flooding issues. It sounds like right now the parties are completely represented, self-represented, and this type of a long drawn out argument, although maybe necessary, can't happen in this particular docket. So I'm going to give you a separate date or time for you to come back to try to address this. Ms. Lee, how long will it take you to speak to someone over at Hawk regarding dividing the check up into 2 separate checks?
Your Honor, I was looking at the guidance that Mishta provided for the SARA funding. For any safety issues regarding housing, it says that the rent payment should be held by the agency or put into escrow until it has been verified both with the tenant and in writing that the repairs have been made. If the repairs are not made, the originally escrowed funds are returned to the grant, and if applicable, the funds needed for relocation are drawn from the grant. So according to the guidance, I don't think we are able to release the back rent to the landlord until the damage is fixed. But I will check with our supervisor tomorrow and see what else we can do on this case.
All right. How long will you to do that?
And Your Honor, I interpreted the guidance a little bit differently than Ms. Lee, so I'm also willing to, and the parties are in agreement that back rent should be paid up through July. So I can also participate in that conversation and see about how to move that forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I interpreted what she said differently too. That's why I was asking to speak with the supervisor. So how long will you need so that we can try to move forward with getting him paid so that he can make these repairs? And we can figure out a means to make that happen if this relationship has broken down between the parties.
I think we can have a local conversation today or tomorrow. I mean, that's not going to take long. If it needs to be escalated to Mishta, that is a different process. But if it can be addressed locally, it can be, I think we can get the COD done by next week would be my expectation. And I'm also willing to file a limited scope appearance in this matter. I don't know that I can try the entire flood issue, but I'm also willing to participate in this piece of it. And I can talk more with Ms. Donaldson about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And my understanding is that he signed 2 CODs already. So there are CODs that are in place. Mr. Tippy, on the other hand, there's a flooding issue. I'm looking at it. So we need to fashion something that gets everybody into the fairest place we possibly can get in light of a flood. So having said that, and I know that sometimes with flood issues, it requires getting insurance involved. And I don't know how we can make that happen faster, but she needs to have the space habitable. So what I'm gonna do is schedule this on the 23rd. Did we hear? 1 second, please. Are the parties available at 3:30 on July 23rd? Hello? Am I still muted?
I could be available on July 23rd. At what time?
3:30?
I could be available at that
Yes,
time.
ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna put this over to July 23rd at 3:30.
Yana, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
I even have the pictures of how much water the fire department had to come because the water was so high and it was beeping. And by me smelling the oil, I called 211. So the fire department had to come and go down there and unhook because the wash machine and dryer was plugged up and everything. I called him that same night. He told me that he was out of town. I kept him informed. When he came, all I asked is just come and help me get the mold because I got everything out. I got pictures from everything that was in there. He started doing the ceiling yesterday. I said, Mr. Jerry, do you got any bleach and stuff, cleaning stuff? I would have helped him myself scrub the walls because there's mold on there. He come over here and scrub a piece in the ceiling where I showed you the white piece where it was some carpet upstairs where somebody had spilled some. He was washing it. It was not mold. He painted that with some kind of kill paint or whatever for the smell or whatever. He brought a little humidifier. It's so small. If I plug it up, it's going to draw so much of my electricity. It's not even big enough for the basement. I told him, no, it has to be clean first. I done did it one time. I just spent $200, everything that I had. I even pawned my wedding ring. Red Cross came yesterday. They took a look, took some things down and, some documents and everything. They did help me get some more stuff so I can clean it and stuff. And he laughing. You know what I mean? That's all he got to do is be honest and be fair. You see what I'm saying? Right is right, wrong is wrong. I'm not trying to scream and holler. I talk loud, so I'm breaking it down for you. I'm just being honest. It's not right.
I understand, ma'am. Mr. Tippy, you need to take whatever remedial measures you can to try to eliminate any mold over there in the interim time.
I was showing it to you. I could go back down and show you where it's kicking in.
Donaldson, I saw it. I saw it. So I need you to allow him the opportunity to come in to get that done. Okay?
I don't have no problem with him coming. I'm telling you, he came yesterday when the people came for the do that they part as far as the hot water tank. He up in the ceiling. The water didn't touch the ceiling. You can see all the mold. He talking about he can't do nothing about the wall because it's brick and it's painted. It was like that before, but it didn't have mold.
I understand. I
done got all the mold and stuff off the floor from the carpet and all the gook and all the messy stuff. I didn't did that. The hard part is over. It's a wash machine down there. I can't get that.
Ms. Donaldson?
Yes, ma'am.
I have already talked to him. I think he's listening to me. I think he heard me. He's coming back to see me again next Friday. I think he'll come over and take care of what he's supposed to. That's what I believe, okay? If he doesn't, we will talk about that on Friday the 23rd. Do all the parties understand?
Can I make one more comment, please? John,
you think it's in your best interest, Mr. Donaldson, you may.
I just want to say, she says she's had various people come in. She apparently called all kinds of people. Not one person who's been there has contacted me about anything, nothing. And I tried to get an appointment for the furnace man to come in, and I finally got it scheduled with her yesterday. But I mean, so if there's stuff out there, nobody has contacted me.
Mr. Jerry, I gave you the letter. Mr. Jerry, I gave you the letter from yesterday from the oil people. I presented it to you yesterday after you left. When you packed up your stuff, I gave it to you. That's the people that put the oil in here. It was them that came out and inspected the tank. I can't get no oil in it if the tank is no good.
I don't know if the two of you heard me, but I do not have the ability to handle this in its entirety today.
Okay, baby, I'm done with it. I'm finishing. I understand everything you're saying, and I'm not being disrespectful. I'll see you when the next court date, and we'll handle it from then. And I will let him come in and help scrub the mold on the wall. I have no problem with that. None. I even help him because I'm not nasty.
I would advise both of you to document what occurs between now and next Friday so that we can have
a
conversation about it. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
All right. Thanks.
All right, it's been so long. We need to let some people in so we can see if we have
Hello?
Robinson.
Hello? 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 Hello?
You've been allowed into the virtual courtroom. Please stop saying hello. I'm going to call.
Hello? Oh, okay.
You've been allowed into the virtual courtroom. Please stop saying hello. I'm going to call out the last 4 digits of a phone number. I'm going to ask you to tell me what your first and last name is so that we can identify the people who have been allowed into the virtual courtroom. The last 4 digits are 5629. 5629. Could you please tell us your first and last name?
Bruce Johnson.
All right, Mr. Bruce Johnson, we're going to put your name on the screen so we'll know who you are. Please mute yourself until the case is called. You can do mute by pressing *6. *6 will mute you. There's an individual whose last 4 digits are 1134. Please tell us your first and last name.
George
David
Buckingham.
Moses.
All right, 1134, is that David Moses?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We will rename you. Please hit *6 to mute yourself so that you're not talking during the middle of court.
You hear me now?
I don't know who's saying, can you hear me now, but I'm not supposed to be hearing anyone other than Mr. David Moses. Last 4 digits are 4489. Could you please tell us your first and last name?
Megan Hodge.
Megan, last name please again?
Hodge.
Hodge, all right, thank you, Ms. Hodge. We will rename you. Please mute yourself by hitting *6. There's a phone identified as K51. Could you please tell us your first and last name? K51, is she connected? All right, she's not connected. There's a device identified as Galaxy A02. Galaxy A02, who just stopped looking at me. Is he connected? He is connected. Sir, could you please tell us your first and last name? You're sitting in front of a window with nothing but a white background. Yes, sir. Your name?
Brandon Bowman.
Brandon Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. We will rename you. You can remute yourself, please.
Your Honor, my numbers were 1134, not David Moses. Hate to tell you.
All right. Well, we've named you Mr. David Moses. What is your name, sir?
George Buckingham. My last numbers are 1134.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Buckingham. I don't know why Mr. Moses was saying that. All right, George Buckingham, 1 second. Let us get your rename, sir. All right, you're confused. Yeah, I'll do Buckingham. Okay. All right, sir, with the A02, we got interrupted. Please tell us your name again. I think we did not get that renamed properly. This Galaxy A02. Sir, you just told us your name. What is it, please?
Brandon Bowman.
That's it. Yeah, is that a BE? Okay. Did you pull his file? Let's see, there's someone who's identified as Zoom user. Please tell us your first and last. He's not connected. He's sitting. Sir, can you hear me sitting in front on the couch with a gray shirt or gray blue shirt? All
Hello?
All right. Is that Mr. Moses? Could you please raise your hand? Yes. All right. We'll rename you. Yes, you are Mr. Moses. Yes, we'll rename you. You were talking when I was talking to someone else. All right. That's Mr. David Moses. K51. You just said hello. Ma'am, what is your first and last name?
Carmel Coward.
Carmel Coward. Ms. Coward,
Yeah.
we will rename you. Please remute yourself until your case is called.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's see. All right, there's one more phone number, ends in 0357. Could you please tell us your first and last name?
Tony Jenkins.
Tony Jenkins?
Correct.
Are you on 2 devices?
No, I just got this one phone.
All right, thank you. 0357 will be renamed as Tony Jenkins. Mr. Johnson, please mute your phone. *6, mute your phone. Thank you. And Mr. Jenkins, please mute your phone. *6, mute your phone.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And none of those people are people who just entered the waiting room, right? We got Christopher Johnson. Oh, this is good. All right, now we need to admit OnePlus, Nord, and iPhone so we can see. Mr. Piotrowski, I'm doing all this to try to get your case called. All right, is OnePlus N200 connected?
No.
Okay.
But the one that's trying to connect to maybe.
Oh, it might be. All right. All right.
She's connected though.
No, she's not.
OnePlus Nord.
Okay. There's a device that is identified as OnePlus Nord N100. Ma'am, could you please tell us your first and last name?
Stacy LaShore.
Stacy LaShore. Thank you, ma'am. You can remute yourself. Mr. Piotrowski, do you know if the iPhone is one of your clients? Or, I'm sorry, opponents. I have to switch gears with you. I'm sorry.
I do not.
Do you know their face?
I do not.
Okay, well then that does not help us. I think iPhone is connected. Is iPhone connected? All right, we can start pulling other cases while we see if iPhone gets connected. She's connected. Ma'am, with the iPhone, could you please tell us your first and last name? You just connected to your audio. Ma'am, with the cap on it. It's a Nike hat.
Oh, sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please tell me your first and last name?
Brianna Johnson.
All right, Miss Brianna Johnson, we will rename you.
Okay.
All right, after all of that, does not appear that those people are opposing party for you, Mr. Piotrowski.
No, Your Honor.
Our rental, I'm sorry. I need to give Heather a moment to catch up. 1 second.
As long as he's not here, can we blame Mr. Katz for all this chaos today as well?
Of course, that would be great. I want to blame somebody. Mr. Katz works. Since Mr. Landau's on the line, I don't think I can.
I second that motion.
You were second in line.
God, I'm glad I'm here. I'll be blaming me too.
Our Rental Homes LLC versus Priyamani Robinson, case number 21C1557. I'm recalling this case. Ms. Robinson was on the call today.
Your Honor, Tom Piotrowski on behalf of Our Rental. That is correct. She was here. She was having difficulty with her internet connection. Ultimately, we would be asking for a 3-week adjournment. Does that take us to August? If that takes us to August 4th, that's a good date. I'm working right now with Miss Lee. We're getting some Sarah information that I can pass along to my client. Evidently, there's documentation that's in the works, and we just need some more time.
Thank you. I will give you August 4th, 2021. All right, Kenya Patterson Kretcheny versus Martonia Webster. Case number 21C1251.
Tom Piotrowski on behalf of the plaintiff, and I am giving you all the difficult names to pronounce today.
Apparently.
Yeah, I don't see Ms. Webster anywhere in the Zoom conference. I'm not quite sure of the process anymore. I don't know if I can ask for a default judgment.
Your Honor, if I may, Ms. Webster is actually in the waiting room. She just called me.
No, not unless she's named wrong, and we know the 3 people that are named in the waiting room. We have
She just
we
called
have,
me saying
we
that she
have
was.
Mr. Tony Williams, Ms. Jones G, and Christopher Johnson. We know all those people, and they're not. That's not.
Okay, let me call her back.
I'm present. Hello.
No.
Okay. Are you 1 plus N 200 N T O? And you got a lot of names there.
This is Webster, Martiana Webster.
Okay, we will rename you.
Okay.
Ms. Carter, are you representing Miss Webster?
I am not, Mr. Petrosky.
All right, thank you.
All right, Miss Webster, how are you today?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm good. All right, this is a matter that we had a 30-day scale stay on back on June 9th.
Uh-huh.
And Miss Lee, are you able to give us an update on where we are with this?
Your Honor, this is one of the paper application with Hawk. This is under review. The caseworker requested a couple more weeks to complete the worksheet.
Mr. Piotrowski, I'll move this to the August 4th date.
Sounds good, thank you.
August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m. All right, ma'am, we'll see you back here then.
August 4th?
Yes, ma'am. Did you
At
figure
1?
out at 1 p.m.? Did you figure out how to connect your audio now, ma'am?
Yes.
I see you were having difficulty.
Yes, I was. I was online for a while and I didn't get entered into the meeting, so I didn't know what was going on, and I had to run and get my baby some diapers.
I see. I get it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Sometimes it takes a while for you to get in because we have a lot of cases, and so we get them in the order that we can. All right.
Okay.
And when you sign in, if you have your name on your device, you can rename yourself. That always helps to move things faster. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you August 4th.
See you August 4th.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Piotrowski. Great. Nancy Mayo versus Paul Sablack, case number 21C 1598. Is there a Nancy Mayo present?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Miss Mayo. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Also, there's a Paul Sablack. Is Mr. Sablack present?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
All right. Your landlord has brought this action claiming that you have created a hazardous health environment and that they want to get the premises back from you. Apparently there's an ongoing, the allegation is that there's an ongoing case in 21 FB 1655 and there's a no contact order against you. Is that correct, Ms. Mayo?
The no.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Yes.
All right, and the no contact is asked so that he can have no contact with you, Ms. Mayo?
Correct.
Mr. Sablack, you were given a 7-day notice to get out of the premises and be out of the premises. 7 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
June 17th, which would have been giving you to about June 25th to get out. Are you still there?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Do you wish to speak to counsel about this matter, Mr. Sablack?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Are you planning on getting out of the premises, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Are you getting out today? What is your plan?
No, ma'am. My plan is, I'm actually moving it all out Saturday. I tried on several different attempts, but Miss Mayo changed the locks. So the 3 times I showed up with a police escort, I wasn't able to gain entry on the premises. And with a no contact order, that's a little hard. So it's delayed me from being able to pick up my belongings. I'm currently out of town for work. And I had planned on, when I spoke with Your Honor, to see what my option was to get my belongings.
Ms. Mayor, it sounds like we can enter a order of a judgment in this case, giving him time to get out. Are you going to cooperate to allow him to get his belongings so they can get out of the premises?
Absolutely. I would like to say he has been to the residence 3 times. I currently reside there, just for clarity's sake. He's been 3 times with the police escort and taken belongings 3 separate times. Each time that he came, he was given access to the house. Additionally, while the locks were changed, he never had a key to the house. So that's kind of irrelevant. But he has been to the property 3 separate times, was given access 3 separate times, took belongings 3 separate times.
All right. Mr. Sablack, is it, first of all, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Can you show your video, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you are Mr. Paul Sablack?
Yes, ma'am.
And I've asked you if you want to talk to an attorney regarding this matter. Are you waiving any right to talk to an attorney today, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And it is your intention to try to remove your belongings from the premises. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That
And-
is correct. I was paid up to the end of the month before she broke in with the other person in the other case and assaulted me. So, I mean, I'm paid up. I assume that she would have to sign an eviction notice or something. Otherwise,
She
what?
indicates that she sent notice to you based on the statute indicating that it's a health hazard for her and that you have a no contact order. And she indicates she served you with this document.
Yes.
June 17th, indicating that you needed to be out. So I'm not certain why you would pay the rent after the June 17th notice saying you had to be out on June 25th.
I was paid up through June, Your Honor. The unhazardous area was paint that was cleaned up. I have a no contact order to be there, so there is no hazard. For one. For two, the notice said I had 7 days and then she would take me to court to file for an eviction. I assume that's why we were here today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if that,
Seven-day notice says, sir, a 7-day
I'm
notice says you have 7 days to move or I will take you to court. You are now in
okay.
court.
Yes, ma'am. So then what's my next step?
Your next step either is we're having a hearing right at this time, which is why I've sworn you in, and I will
Yes,
give
ma'am.
judgment to have you put out, or you can talk to an attorney, as I've indicated.
Okay, sounds great.
Which one do you want to do?
Well, I waived the attorney.
All right, so then you would get 10 days to be out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is that what you're agreeing to do today, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That's exactly it.
All right. All right, a judgment will enter. You'll have 10 days from today's date, which gives you until the 24th to be out.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't have your belongings out by then you would give her a writ sending your belongings out. So you have to have them all out by then. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Is there a particular day that you need to have set up for him to come and get his things with the civil standby?
It doesn't matter to me. I just need notice. The 3 times that he did come, which again, he was granted access to get his belongings. there just wasn't a heads up. So I didn't know anybody was coming. One time I was actually away and I had to have somebody else let him in. So whatever day works, I would just like to know what that day is so that I can make sure that, you know, everything's open and available for him.
How do you propose that we give you notice if he can't have contact with you, ma'am?
I'm sorry.
How are we going to give you the notice that you need if he cannot have contact with you?
Well, I had contacted the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office and because there's right down the street from my house, and they said that they would contact me as long as they were given notice, even if it was just like a half an hour in advance, just so I could make sure I'm home. But I did contact the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, and they said that they would call me and let me know.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yes, Mr. Sabler.
Saturday morning, I can plan to get a U-Haul and get all of my belongings out if that works for Miss Mayo, and that way we have a time and date set up. We'll say 9 a.m. Saturday morning with a police standby, of course.
That of course assumes that the police will be available for you at 9 a.m. I would tell you, Miss Mayo, that you should plan on being available all day Saturday for him to be able to get his belongings from the premises starting at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Now, I did talk to the county sheriff and he gave me his personal number and told me that he would be available. I just had to give him 30 minutes notice.
All right. Then that's what we will plan on. Okay, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will prepare, I will have a judgment entered if you prepare that, Miss Mayo.
Okay.
All right. And I'll give you until July I'll give you the July 21st to have that in. So I'll put this over to the July 21st for entry of order. If you don't have it in by then, you have to come back here, Ms. Mayo, and explain why we don't have that entry of order. Okay?
Okay.
At 1 p.m.
Is that another hearing date or do I just
Sorry, it is another hearing at 3 p.m. for entry of order, July 21st. So if you've got that order in and I've signed it, no one needs to be here. If I don't have it in and it hasn't been signed, then you need to come back and explain to me why it's not in. Okay?
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lake Point Trafalgar versus George Buckingham, case number 21C1467.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff.
Mr. Buckingham, how are you, sir? Mr. Buckingham. Yes, he is. You have to hit the *6 also to unmute yourself, Mr. Buckingham. Same thing to unmute yourself. So *6. Is he still here? I don't see him. He
was earlier, Judge, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. I talked to him several times. Someone else had. He's no longer here. It's gonna be a long day.
Judge, if he's not here, I believe this is our second appearance, possibly the third. I don't have
Miss Ann Addison. He may be having connection issues. I'm not.
That's fine.
I don't know. Is he back in the waiting room? All right, he's back in the waiting room.
Good, thank you.
1134. All right, 1134. Is this Mr. Buckingham?
Yes, it is.
All right, sir. I called the matter. Mr. Buckingham is now present. All right. Ms. Freeman.
Thank you. Again, Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff, Your Honor. This is, I believe, our third appearance in this matter. I do not have a SARA application. It looks like, according to my notes, he was going to be applying at the last hearing, which was June 30th. We're now at July 14th. I still do not have any notice of SARA application.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, is there an update on the George Buckingham matter, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is one of our paper applications with Hawk. Mr. Buckingham completed his appointment with our caseworker on July 1st. We are still waiting on Mr. Buckingham's documents, and the caseworker has not reached out to the landlord yet because he didn't receive the tenant's documents yet. But if Ms. Addison could contact her client and have them send the landlord documents over to us, that would be very helpful for us.
Mr. Buckingham?
Yes, I faxed the proper stuff that she wanted. You know,
When did you do that, sir?
I just did that a couple days ago. I got the fax thing in the other room.
Mr. Buckingham, when you were here on June 30th, you were gonna have a telephone conference the day after that. So
Yeah, I did. With the guy.
I was still talking.
No, I'm sorry.
And so when you have the actual hearing date, then what happens is you're supposed to move as fast as possible to get the documents into the Hawk or whomever is requesting them. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So
I had to go out for a minute, but I got him faxed to him as soon as I could.
Ms. Addison.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Lee, if you could please provide the caseworker with my email address. I think you should probably have it. If not, let me know. As corporate counsel for the property management and owner, I'm happy to supply all of the landlord information. So there's no need to go through the property manager.
All right, thank you.
All right. It appears that he is indicating the documents were faxed 2 days ago, which there may be some miscommunication in that even though they were faxed 2 days ago, maybe they didn't get them off the printer until yesterday, and that information may not have been communicated to Ms. Lee. Given that, I do feel I need to keep this matter under a little bit tighter reins. Ms. Addison, do you want to come back next week to make sure that they're in? You can get your application in then, or do you prefer 2 weeks?
Your Honor, trying to see when we will be here next. Actually, if Ms. Lee can advise if 1 week or 2 weeks would be better, I will defer to her discretion as far as how long she thinks it'll take.
It really depends on when we receive all the documents. Once the documents are received, to get the worksheets completed, we'll need about two couple weeks. Yeah.
2 weeks, Judge, is fine.
Thank you. July 28, 2021 at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Buckingham, make sure you provide any other requested documents as soon as possible, please.
Should I refax them?
I don't know whether you need to refax them or not. I'm saying if they've requested any additional documents. Sorry?
Whatever. Yeah, whatever I got as a fax, I will. They said they went through.
All right, thank you, sir. All right.
Your Honor.
Yes,
Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Buckingham is welcome to go into the leasing office and use their facilities for scanning and emailing if he needs to do that in order to get his documents to his caseworker.
That's what I did.
All right, thank you.
That's how I faxed.
All right, I will see you all back here in 2 weeks, and we'll see if the documents are actually in, including the landlord's application.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. No.
Lake Point Traffic Guard versus Bruce Johnson, case number 21C 1465.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Hello.
This was another phone application, which may mean it's a paper application. So if we could please check Ms. Lee and if you could give us updated status, please.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
She had sent me a text message or email, and I sent all the documents that she required. I sent them to her.
All right, thank you. We're gonna get an update from the Hawk representative. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Your Honor, the caseworker received all the docs. She received the landlord's docs just yesterday, so she'll need more time to process the paperwork.
All right, thank you. I will adjourn this matter to our August 4th date at 1 p.m. Actually, I don't think we've had a 30-day stay on this one, so all the documentation is in. I think we need to do the 30-day stay. That would take us to August 18th, 2021. So I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, that's going to be on August 18th, 2021 at 1 p.m. Mr. Williams, please.
August 8th. August 8th, you say, Your Honor?
August 18th.
Oh, 18th. Okay, I'm writing that down so I won't forget it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Wood, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. At 1 p.m., Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Village Grove 18 LLC versus Carmel Coward 21C 1293.
For the record, Your Honor, Daniel Landman on behalf of the plaintiff.
Ms. Coward?
Hi.
Hi, there you are up at the top. How are you?
Your Honor, before we get started, the court should be aware that Ms. Coward and I are acquainted. I did some legal work. I don't know at this point whether it's for her ex-husband or current husband several years back. So Ms. Coward, I just want to make sure you have no objection to my proceeding this afternoon on behalf of Village Grove.
None at all.
All right. So this is another paper application. Apparently I put all the paper applications on today's date. Could someone please?
I actually did mine online.
You did it online?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I did it online. I didn't do any paper.
All right. Miss Lee?
Yeah. Oh.
Your Honor, I thought this was paper application as well. I am gonna look their application in the portal if they have submitted one online. But as I mentioned earlier, it's running very slow. So bear with me just one moment.
Can I say something?
Of course, Ms. Coward.
I did double check on our last court date. They had said that they were waiting on documents for me. I think they had me mixed up with someone else because I called that day and I also called yesterday. And when I even got online and I even spoke to someone, my application is given to a caseworker, but they haven't even, it's under review. When I was at court last, the application was still pending. Now it's under review. And the lady said they don't contact me until they go over to make sure I got everything. So I'm not sure who they were referring to last time, but my application just came under review.
Okay, because yeah, last time we were here, I was advised it was a paper app. They needed the back of your license, 30 days of
No.
and a hardship letter. And you're saying that they didn't need any of that stuff from you yet?
That wasn't me. They haven't even got to that process yet. And I talked to someone again at 10 o'clock this morning.
I have the Sierra number if it's easier for Ms. Lee.
Yes.
It's 116482.
Mm-hmm. And I got a confirmation letter from Richard Vesela June the 9th, but nothing since then.
Yes, Richard is our caseworker. I might have misspoken that this was a paper app while I was talking about other paper applications with Richard. I'm so sorry, the portal is still loading.
No, that's okay. All right.
That's okay. I just double checked.
It's under review, and this is our third hearing. So we just started this process on June 2nd. So given that it's under review, I can put this over to the August, let's see, June 30th. So we had a 30-day there, I think. So I'll put this over to our August 11th date. Does that work? Mr. Landman.
That, Your Honor, that's fine. From past experience, I know that Ms. Coward is extremely diligent in following up. So I am sure that she will be in touch with whomever she needs to make sure that she's not overlooked.
All right, thank you.
I don't know whether she's with SOS or with Hawk, though.
I think we,
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Coward.
I'm with the CERA.
Yeah, that's just the name of the entire program. We're trying to figure out, based on what you're saying, talking to Richard, it sounds like she's with Hawk.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So we'll see you all back here on August 11th at 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lake Point Trafalgar versus David Moses and Nakia Gibbons, case number 21C1074.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff.
Good
I
afternoon.
believe Ms. Carter is here on this one.
Ms. Carter, are you present on this matter, ma'am?
Your Honor, I was not representing, but I was helping out with the COD.
I see. Last time we were here, we talked about removing Ms. Gibbons from the case. Did that happen?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was some discussion in looking into whether or not the lease had been renewed without her presence, without her being a lessor on the lease. Mr. Moses, are you present? Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Is it still true that Ms. Gibbons is not on the lease, Mr. Moses?
Yes, it's true.
And someone was going to look into that. I don't remember which attorney was here last time. Ms.
Your Honor,
Addison?
Carolyn Cohen has appeared twice before on this matter. Unfortunately, I don't see a note of it. However, I think I might have a solution. We have reached a conditional dismissal. I believe Ms. Carter in her negotiation efforts is planning to reach out, if she hasn't already, to finalize a couple of numbers with a caseworker for Sarah. We're going to be asking for a conditional dismissal to be entered under the 7-day rule, to give her a little bit of time and perhaps not to have to schedule another hearing. Simultaneously, I'm happy to obviously look into whether or not the dismissal should be entered for Ms. Gibbons, if that's okay with Your Honor.
That is perfectly fine. I'll put this over to July 28, 2021 for EO. If the 7-day order is presented before then it won't be heard on that day.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you. That'll be at 3 p.m. All right, Mr. Moses. We put this over to July 28th. It sounds like you're very close to getting your back rents paid. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter, she'll let you know whether you need to be present on the 28th or not. Okay, Mr. Moses?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. All right.
McKinley Inc., Aspen Chase versus Megan Hodge, 21C 1597.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Parissa Gazari appearing on behalf of plaintiff. Your Honor, I do want to just really quickly introduce, we have a new associate, Jillian Engen, who is present on the Zoom as well.
All right, thank you. Is she present in a
Who?
second? Miss Jillian, oh, there she is.
Yes,
Engen,
I'm here, Your Honor.
how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing okay. It's nice to meet you. The docket is usually much more organized than today, so don't hold that against me.
No worries.
Not you either, Heather. Now my recorder's looking at me like, what? Not her either. It's not either of our fault. I don't know whose fault it is. So is there a Megan Hodge available?
I see her on the screen, Your
I
Honor.
see her on the phone.
Hello?
I think yes, Miss Hodge?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
How
I'm
are
just not on the Zoom meeting. I'm on my cell phone.
Yes, I understand that, ma'am. I can see you. I can see your cell phone listed, I should say. So, ma'am, you're here today in a matter in which your landlord is indicating that they want to have you removed from the premises to recover possession of the premises because you violated terms of your lease. In that on May 15th of 2021, you caused physical injury to an individual that was not a member of your household.
The claim is not true.
All right, ma'am, do you want to speak to an attorney regarding this matter?
Yes, I can. I actually already have, but I didn't like get somebody to like be my lawyer or anything, but I spoke to an attorney through legal aid.
Oh, you did? Okay. Is there anyone from legal aid that could give me some insight on this matter?
Your Honor, I'm wondering if Ms. Hodge called the Counsel and Advocacy Law Line, and
I think that's what I did do. I just called the number that my stepmom sent me. It was a legal aid line.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, that is what we would do today with Ms. Hodge, is refer her to the Counsel and Advocacy Law Line. So, Ms. Hodge, did you already receive advice from them?
Yes, I actually did. I spoke with her about everything that happened. She basically told me that I could speak with you guys about adjourning it until I could get some, like a lawyer, or she said to speak with you about me being unfairly evicted because I have proof that I didn't cause physical injury to anybody or anything like that. And also I had 3 different eviction notices from you guys. So there wasn't ever a set date on which you guys wanted me to leave. You sent me a letter on May 27th stating I had to leave July 1st. But then you sent me another letter stating I had to leave June 21st on June 11th. And that same day sent me a letter saying I had to leave August 1st. So in my mind, I'm thinking I don't have to leave till August 1st.
Your Honor, I'm happy to also speak to Ms. Hodge in a breakout room. I don't know if that's helpful or not, to see if we can resolve it if she wants to. There were multiple notices in this case, and the notices specifically indicated they didn't terminate the prior notice. Plaintiff will also likely be seeking to amend the complaint to add the other allegations from the newer notice.
Yeah, but what I'm not understanding is the woman who actually caused the physical somebody.
Ma'am, I'm sorry you're breaking
I stopped somebody.
What you're saying.
I didn't harm anyone. I stopped somebody from killing somebody that day. And you guys put down that I physically injured somebody, but all I did was stop from, I didn't put my hands on her, I didn't hit her, I didn't do none of that. So I'm not understanding how I physically injured anyone.
All right.
And then on top of that, there was a case with a woman who stays above me, but yet the woman who stays above me, whom you claim I physically injured, still comes to my place. Like, she still talks to me. She's associated with me after this incident happened. And the incident happened with a mutual friend of both of ours. So I'm still not understanding how I'm getting an eviction and she's the one who did what she did.
All right, Ms. Hodge, the opposing attorney, Ms. Carissa Gazzari, is indicating that she would be willing to go into a breakout room with you to discuss this matter. That is completely up to you.
Yeah.
As to whether
Can we do
you
that,
want-
please?
All right, you understand that she represents the landlord in this case, okay, ma'am?
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Your Honor, can you send Jillian Engen as well with me?
As long as the 2 of you promise not to double team.
No, she's just shadowing.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not planning on saying anything.
Thank you. All right. I'll pass this matter. Red Shield Rentals versus Brandon Bowman, case number 21C 1681 LT.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Fantera on behalf of Red Shield Rentals.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowman. Is there a Mr. Brandon Bowman? I know you're here because I spoke with you earlier. There you are, sir. How are you?
Yes,
All right.
I'm all right.
We are here in this matter with the complaint to recover possession. Because there was drinking and driving on the property causing damage to other cars is what the allegation is, Mr. Bowman.
Yeah, I wasn't drinking. I backed into somebody. I paid the guy, I gave the guy money for the damages that I did. I broke his taillight. I replaced his and I also had to replace mine. But I'm supposed to be moving on the 23rd to Schooner Cove.
All right, I will let you speak with Mr. Fantera, who's the attorney for Red Shield Rentals, and maybe the two of you can work out some type of an agreement. If not, then you can have a hearing in front of me and I can make the decision. If I make the decision, then I give the standard 10 days for you to be out if you do not win the hearing. Okay, sir, and I'm not saying you won't win. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just saying if you have a hearing and you don't win, then it's 10 days from that date. Do you want to speak to Mr. Fantera?
Yes.
Or do you want to speak to, you also have the right to have, you have the right to have a trial, you have the right to have a hearing on this matter, and you have the right to have an attorney and speak to an attorney if you so choose to do so. Do you want to speak to anyone from Legal Services who is present?
Yes, please.
You want to speak to Legal Services first?
Yes.
Is there, and they may not be able to assist you today because they are referring cases out, as you just heard. Is there someone from Legal Services that could do an intake on this case?
Yes, Your Honor, Corianne McMillan.
All right, Ms. McMillan will be placed into a waiting room with Mr. Bowman, and I'll pass this matter. Did Ms. Addison go into a breakout room? Yes. All right. Lake Point Trafalgar versus Tony Jenkins, 21C 1567 LT. I'm pretty sure she did go to breakout.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Jenkins.
Hello?
Is Ms. Addison on the call? All right, Mr. Jenkins, I'm sorry, we'll need to pass this matter. We need to have the attorney for the opposing side.
Is the Hawk people there, representatives?
The Hawk is here, but the attorney for the landlord is not, so we need to pass it. Okay, Mr. Jenkins?
Okay, can I talk to the Hawk people just to see how long I'm gonna be?
They probably can't give you that answer, and that's a part of what I'm gonna be asking when I call the case. Okay?
Oh.
Thank you. Village Grove 18 LLC versus Brianna Johnson, 21C 1298.
Daniel.
Oh, so I can get off?
On behalf of the plaintiff.
No, sir, I just told you that I'm passing the matter. You have to wait until I recall it.
Oh.
Hello. Sorry, Mr. Lemon.
That's okay. Ms. Johnson was here. There she
She's
is.
here. I'm here. All right, last time we were here on June 9th, 2021. We did the 30-day scale stay on this matter, and we're back today. Ms. Lee, are you able to give us any information?
Your Honor, I'm not able to access the portal right now, but from what I saw in the portal yesterday, it was under review and we needed more time to complete the worksheet.
All right, thank you. August 4th work, Mr. Landman?
August 4th is fine, Your Honor.
At 1 p.m. Ms. Johnson, August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m. is when you'll need to return. Apparently your application is under review. Okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, have a good day. Terry Thacker versus Christopher Johnson, 21C 0988. Hello, Mr. Thacker, how are you?
Good. How you doing, Your Honor? Good afternoon.
I'm okay. It's been a day already.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I understand.
Mr. Johnson, where are you, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are, sir. How are you doing?
I'm here. Good, how are you?
Okay, good. All right, so where we are is that we had a 30-day scale stay on this matter, and where we are. Ms. Lee, are you able to help us with that?
Your Honor, this is one of the paper applications with Hawk. We do have an open case with Mr. Johnson. We have his documents, but we do not have the landlord's application yet. Could Mr. Thacker send the landlord documents to me directly? I'd be happy to forward that to the caseworker.
All right, the caseworker is Isaac, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And thought we addressed that issue back in May regarding the landlord's application. Mr. Thacker, did you send in the landlord's application?
I've been trying to get a hold of him, but nobody's got a hold of me, and I wasn't. I didn't know where to send anything. Nobody has contacted me at this time.
All right, Miss Lee, are you able to send him a link? Do you have his email address?
I will send Mr. Thacker my email address through the chat.
Mr. Thacker, do you know how to work in the chat? Do you know how to see information in the chat feature of the Zoom here?
Not really.
I didn't think so. Especially on a phone, it's more challenging. Do you see a button on your phone that says more?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Do you see something that says chat in that feature, in the more feature? Do you see a chat in there?
Are you talking to me, Your Honor?
Yes, I am, Mr. Thacker.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, so if you click on that chat, it should show anything that people are saying in the chat room as a part of this particular Zoom environment. And so she will put her email information in that chat. You need to either screenshot that if you know how to do it, or write it down so that you can send her your information, and she'll send you a link where you can then send the landlord application. They can't do anything and process this without the landlord application, including the ledger. Okay, Mr. Thacker?
Yes, Your Honor. I've tried to contact Mr. I'm not sure what the last name is at this time, Isaac, though. I've left him a couple voice message and emailed him. So I've tried to do everything I could.
I see. All right. All right, maybe I need to put this over and follow up on it in just a couple weeks to make sure that it's moving along, as opposed to moving it out 3 or 4 weeks. So I'll put it over for 2 weeks and see if you have your application in so we can keep it moving. How about that, Mr. Thacker?
Yes, Your Honor. I will do it as soon as I get it today. I will, be able to get it over there today.
All right, have you put that information into the chat button yet, Ms. Lee?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, can you look in that chat and see if you see her info? Please, Mr. Thacker. Because once you hang up, that goes away. You can't
Yeah, I'm not. So I'm sorry, Your Honor. So you want me just to hit I hit the more down below, and then I see chat 2 up top. I should hit that.
Hit chat.
I should tap that.
The chat.
And
correct.
tap the chat.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. I see Sarah Lee at USC Salvation Army.org.
No. She did not want that out on the. That's why she put it in the chat, because she didn't want it on the live.
I am so sorry.
Well, I'm hoping people can hear me. That's why I was talking.
Your Honor.
Can you see
Sorry
it?
about that. I apologize.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. And I apologize again for that.
All right. I'm hoping that no one can hear you. That's why I was talking over you.
Sorry.
Please write that down, and then please email her at that email address, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you all on July 28th, 2021 at 1 p.m. Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions? I think he's gone. Jomar Realty versus Hakimin Lesueur and Stacy Lesueur, 21C 1098.
Good afternoon, again, Your Honor. David Fanter on behalf of Jomar Realty.
Hello, Mr. Fanter again, and I heard another very low voice say hello. Can you say that again so you can come to the front? Oh, Ms. Lesueur, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. So we were here last time. Ms. Lesueur said that she had forwarded the information to the link several weeks ago. The documents had been received, and then we did the 30-day adjournment. Ms. Lee, are you able to get the portal to work at this time?
I think I can update, Your Honor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Fanter.
This case has been assigned to Carmen and Hawk, and I exchanged emails with her on Monday, hoping that we'd get a worksheet before today, and she said she was unable to do that and requested that I seek a couple additional weeks of an adjournment, and then she thought she would have it done after that. So if we could
before
go,
that, hopefully before that.
Hopefully before that, yes.
July 28th.
I think that sounds great.
All right, July 28th, 2021 at 1 p.m. So hopefully we'll have what's called a worksheet, Mr. and Mrs. Lesueur, and what happens is that they create what's called a conditional order of dismissal based on that worksheet. And once the parties have agreed on the COD, conditional order of dismissal, then they submit that to the court, and then the case can be dismissed, and then the landlord gets paid, or the landlord gets paid and then the case gets dismissed. But somewhere in there, the COD gets everything taken care of and the monies get paid. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you back here on July 28th, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Your Honor, I've got one more case. It's that Brandon Bowman case, and I think I see him, so he must be back from talking to legal aid. Does he still want to talk to me?
Mr. Bowman?
Yeah.
What is your desire at this time, sir?
They advised me to ask for at least a 1 to 2 week adjournment because they need to review my case, and I got to email her all of my paperwork.
Question, without making this case more difficult than it needs to be, Mr. Bowman said that he was moving into Schooner Cove on the 23rd, which would be what, next?
Next Friday, not this Friday, but the following Friday.
Has he, Mr. Bowman, have you signed a lease for Schooner Cove?
Not yet, no. I filled out, I did the application, I was accepted, and I gave him $200 to put a reserve on the apartment.
Okay, Your Honor, I thought maybe by him saying the 23rd, he already had a lease and we could make this easy, but this is the same story we've been hearing for 2 months now. So I guess we just give him the adjournment, the 1 week adjournment that he wants, that legal aid asked for.
All right, I will give it a 1 week adjournment on this matter, and I know how many we have on that date. July the 21st, 2021. And I'm gonna make it at 3 p.m. because it sounds like it might be a hearing.
All right, great, Your Honor. That's all for me today.
Thank you. What now? Oh. Is Miss Addison back? Miss Addison? All right, Mr. Bowman, you're all set, sir.
Okay, thank you.
McKinley Inc. Aspen Chase versus Megan Hodge, 21C 1597.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing on behalf of plaintiff. I had a chance to speak to Ms. Hodge in a breakout room, and we've come to an agreement that I'd like to place on the record.
Thank you.
And I believe Ms. Hodge is back.
She is.
I am.
Okay. Essentially, the parties have agreed to a conditional order of dismissal. The case would be dismissed without prejudice, subject to these terms. Defendant and all occupants shall vacate the leased premises by August 1st, 2021, and turn in her keys to plaintiff by August 1st, 2021. While she remains in possession of the property, she shall comply with the terms of her lease. In the event that she doesn't comply with these terms, plaintiff will be entitled to an immediate judgment of possession with a writ to issue immediately upon presenting the court with an affidavit of non-compliance with a copy to Ms. Hodge. There will be no hearing. The 14-day objection period is waived. The 56-day rule is waived. Neither party waives any claims or rights under the lease or the Landlord Tenant Relationships Act. Nothing in the in this order would be construed to be an admission or a finding of fault on the part of either party. Plaintiff has agreed to provide a neutral landlord reference if contacted about Ms. Hodge by a prospective landlord. I did advise Ms. Hodge regarding under MCR 4.201I2 regarding her 3 business days to set this aside. And I believe that's it.
All right, thank you. Are you going to be emailing her that so that she can sign it? Or?
I don't know if she has the capability of doing it. I had just told her I would submit it under the 7-day rule.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lake Point. Oh, she's not bad.
I'm sorry, just on the Megan Hodge matter, should we set an entry of order hearing date just in case? And I also just want to confirm with Ms. Hodge that she agrees that those terms that we just placed on the record were correct.
Ms. Hodge, Ms. Gazari has placed a number of terms on the record. Do you understand the terms that she placed on the record? First of all?
Yes.
All right. And based on those terms, you're going to be out by August 1st and return the keys
Yes,
by?
if not that before then, but I'll definitely call to tell them.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to set, and you agree with all those terms as she outlined them, is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand that you have 3 business days from today's date in which you could petition the court to set aside this particular agreement if by some chance you believe that there has been some undue influence or some good cause to do so, but I do not necessarily have to agree with you, and so it may not be granted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And in addition to that, I'm going to set a entry of order date, and I'll do that for the July 28th date.
Okay.
And that will be at 3 p.m.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
if
Your Honor.
everything is done, then you do not need to be back here. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Country Meadows Apartments versus Martha G. and George Jones, 21C 1321.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Landorf here on behalf of the plaintiff.
No, Mr. Landau. We adjourned this matter over to today's date to see if the application had actually been completed. Ms. Lee, are you able to give us an update on that?
Your Honor, the portal's not working still. But as of yesterday, I was not able to locate Mr. Jones's application in the portal.
Miss Lee, it may be under Martha Gee, G-E-E. She's a co-defendant on the case.
I think the problem is that the portal isn't working, so she can't even check today.
Oh, it's working now.
Oh, it's working now. Okay.
It's been on and off throughout the day today and yesterday as well. No, they're not in the system, Your Honor.
They were going to fill out a paper app, according to my notes.
Miss G or Gee and Mr. Jones, can you please turn on your screen and unmute yourself?
Oh, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. So they're indicating that you have not filled out the SIRA application yet.
We actually did. We had the phone interview with the gentleman.
When did you have that, please?
That was a couple of days after our last hearing.
So you had that in June?
It was July.
Because the last time you were here was June 23rd. So that's why I'm trying to figure out when you put that information in.
Let's see. He had the phone interview. I don't remember the date. His phone is broken right now. I'm sorry. He did email the documents in on 7/11.
Your Honor, I do see George on the calendar ending in 2919. Is that Mr. Jones? Okay. Yes, we did complete an application with him on July 7th. The caseworker requested documentation via email, so it should be with him now.
Yeah, he emailed those documents.
All right. Do we know, Mr. Landau, has your client applied?
I will look that up right now. I don't know if Miss Lee is able to see on her end.
It was paper application, so your client wouldn't have received any link.
Okay, so I need to solicit my client for all of the documents and just email them to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right. So that since that application is now in, it appears, do we want to do the 30-day stay at this point?
I'm fine with that, Judge.
All right, thank you. August 18th, 2021 at 1 p.m. for the next hearing. Okay?
Okay.
All right, we'll see you all then. Thank you.
Thank you.
McKinley Inc. Schooner versus Delana Hill Thomas 21C0118.
Your Honor, for the record, Carissa Gazari appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
Hi, Your Honor.
Hello, how are you, Ms. Hill Thomas?
I'm good. How are you?
I am okay.
Your Honor, I have an update. I received the worksheets and I've prepared a COD that's been submitted to my client for review. And once it's approved, my client will present it to for signature.
Sure. So it sounds like we're about 2 weeks out to get everything.
Yeah, we'll be done before then, but that's fine.
We'll adjourn to July 28th, 2021 at 3 p.m. for PO.
Thank you.
Order is in, we don't have to spend one.
I had a question really quick, Your Honor.
Yes.
Because I had received the email saying how my application was finished and how I was supposed to be getting a case of dismissal from them. And in the email, they broke down all the numbers and stuff to me. And they told me that they paid 3 months of future rent. And my lease was over July 3rd. And so I told Splinter Cove that I didn't want to re-sign the lease because I didn't know where I was at in the process. And so they told me that I either have to sign a notice to vacate or to renew my lease for another year. But I told her I didn't want to do that. And so she gave me the opportunity to re-sign my lease for 2 months. So I was wondering, am I going to be moving out in the 2 months or in 3 months?
So I don't know the answer to this because I don't know what the CPD takes you through. Gary, do you know how long she's paid through?
Yeah, I can, if you want, I can go in a breakout room with her and just go through the.
1 second, let me see what I can find out here. All right, I can, but I'll send you into a breakout room.
Okay, will you send Jillian as well?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Mama, hold on.
McKinley, oh, can't call that anyway. She's in the breakout room. Country Meadows Apartments versus Ariane McCoy, case number 21C0902.
Mark Lando on behalf of the plaintiff.
Hi, Your Honor.
Hello, Ms. McCoy, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. The last time we were here on June 23rd, we know that this case is with SOS. It was with Amy for review. They need an update ledger and a utility bill last time we were here.
Judge, we are knocking on the door. We are on the verge. Amy Atik got me the necessary documentation to prepare a conditional dismissal. I prepared it up. I emailed it back to her. I'm just awaiting approval and then for Ms. McCoy to sign it, and we should be done.
July 28, 2021 at 3 p.m. for entry of order. Thank you so much.
July 21, 3 p.m.
July 28th at 3.
28. That's what I wrote.
I'm sorry. If you said that time again, you said 3 p.m.
3 p.m. is for entry of order. So if the order is in and everything is already resolved, then no one has to be here on that date for this case. Okay, Ms. McCoy?
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we probably won't be here then. Awesome.
Okay, thank you. All right, just get your part done and then it'll be all set. Okay?
Of course. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you. Have a good day.
Yes, you too.
All right. Are these parties in here on this case?
Which one is this?
The Timberlands versus Cooper?
Conditional dismissal, Your Honor.
Yes. I'm just
I
trying
submitted it to the clerk earlier
All right.
today.
Are the Coopers present? Oh. Or what?
1109. Did I grab the wrong one?
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
Oh, okay, so this person's here, which is a McKinley, my bad. So this is just a conditional. 1109.
Okay. I'll just do that later. Do we have anything else we're ready on? We have 10 people in the waiting room.
No, we have nothing else right now.
Okay, let's let the people in.
Okay.
All right, it's gonna get busy in here again. We're gonna open up the floodgate and see who's in the camera. Okay, wait 1 second before we do that. All right. All right. Ms. Hill Thomas, you're all set. You have a date that you need to come back on.
Okay, you said July 28th at 3 p.m., right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Lake Point Trafficker versus Tony Jenkins, case number 21C1567.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff. Your Honor, I don't have that one on my case list for today. Tony Jenkins.
It is on for today.
At 3 p.m., Your Honor?
No, at 1 o'clock, and we called it, you were gone, so we had to pass it for you to come back.
Oh, I appreciate that. I again, didn't know that I had it. I thought I just had one more at 3 o'clock. Could Your Honor pass it one more time, please?
Okay, I will pass it. All right, we're gonna let in people who have phone numbers from the waiting room so that we can figure out who is present, so we get noisy again for a while. Good afternoon. You have been allowed into the virtual courtroom. Please tell us the first and last name when I call your last 4 digits of your phone number. At this time, I'm calling the last 4 digits for the phone number of 8145. 8145. Please tell us your first and last name.
Larry Kozakowski.
I'm sorry. I called the last 4 digits of your phone number, which are 8145. There's only one person that has the last 4 digits of the phone number being 8145.
Larry Kozakowski.
Mr. Kozakowski, I think your last 4 digits are 4807.
No, it's 8145.
Okay. All right. Then two numbers are lighting up at the same time. All right. Mr. Kozakowski, we will rename 8145 as you, sir. I thought this matter was going to be resolved before today's date. Mr. Kozakowski, please mute yourself until we can get your case called. Okay, sir? Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Please do not speak until I've called the last 4 digits of a phone number. The last 4 digits are 4807. 4807. Please tell me your first and last name.
Yes, Jenny Jones.
4807. Last 4 digits is Jenny Jones.
Yes.
All right, we will rename you Miss Jenny Jones. The last 4 digits of the phone number are 5466. 5466. Please tell us your first and last name.
First name George, last name Clark.
Hello, Mr. George Clark. You were trying to talk to me while I was calling out phone numbers. What can I do for you, sir? This is the judge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was calling in because I was in court.
Yes, there are about 30 other people on this call for the same reason. Please mute yourself until your case is called.
Okay.
Last 4 digits are 6209. 6209. Please tell us your first and last name.
Carlos Stevenson.
One second. Okay, that's a 4 o'clock. Okay, Ms. Stevenson, your matter is set for 4 o'clock, so you will be on here for a while, just so you know. And you can hang up
Thank you.
if you want, but that's completely up to you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, do I get off the phone, Tony Jenkins?
No, sir, you do not. The attorney came back on the line and she needs to have it passed for a moment. So please hold tight until I finish calling these names.
Okay.
Let's see here. There is a phone that is listed as Moto G Play. Moto G Play. Please tell us your first and last name.
Christy Jones.
Christy Jones. Hello, Miss Jones. We will rename you. I'm okay. There's a phone that's listed as, do you need me to slow down? I'll rename her. You can look. All right, Ms. Jones, we're trying to make sure you're on the docket for today. All right, Ms. Jones, there was a conditional dismissal in your case. Your case has been resolved. You do not need to be present.
All right. Well, thank you. You have a blessed day, Ms. Washington.
You too.
Thank you, dear.
There's someone who's listed as iPhone, and you have your finger up to your temple already in frustration early in the
Nah, how you doing, Derek Burks?
I'm all right. What's your name? What's your last name?
Derek Burks.
Derek Burks. All right, Mr. Burks, we'll name you. Please remute yourself, sir. There's some, I'm sorry. Okay. There's someone has a phone device named Galaxy S9. Galaxy S9. Please tell us your first and last name. All right. Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Please tell us your first and last name. Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Please tell us your first and last name. You've unmuted yourself. Please tell us your first and last name. All right, they're not answering. All right, sir, can you please tell us your first and last name? Now you're looking at me. You're wearing a striped shirt. Sorry, you need to have the phone closer. I see you trying to talk, but that's not working, and now you remuted yourself. Sir with the white hair sitting in the car. I'm talking to you.
Hello.
Not you, Mr. Galaxy S9. Galaxy Note Plus. Yes, you unmuted yourself again. Are you talking? Okay, I'm done with that. Galaxy S9, could you please tell us your first and last name? If we don't know your first and last name, we cannot call your case.
Tony Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, thanks for coming back. All right, I think I've covered everybody that will respond to me. Lake Point Trafalgar Limited versus Tony Jenkins, case number 21C 1567.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff. Thank you, Your Honor, for passing the matter one more time. I'm prepared to proceed.
All right. This matter is before the court for a late payment. Mr. Jenkins, are you applying for services?
Yeah, I'm with Sarah Lee at Hawk.
Okay. Ms. Lee, could you give us an update on the Tony Jenkins matters, please, if you can?
Your Honor, I believe this is one of the paper application ad hoc. The caseworker is currently out of the office, but I believe the worksheets were sent out. The update that I got from him last week says that it was under processing, which means that the worksheets were completed.
Ms. Addison, do you have that information? Do you have the worksheets? Do we have a COD in the works?
I don't have any of that, Judge. So unfortunately, I don't believe our office has received any of that. If it was sent, I'm not sure who it was sent to.
So unfortunately, the system isn't working, but Ms. Lee, are you able to tell us who the worker is again?
It is with Richard.
Vasella?
Yes. And since this is a paper application, it is not uploaded in the portal yet, but I think it could have been sent to Lisa at leasing office.
Okay.
Okay, I'll reach out to Lisa Hilton at the leasing office and see if she's received anything.
If she hasn't, please let me know.
I will. Thanks, Sarah.
All right, I will adjourn this until our July 28th date to see if we got a conditional order of dismissal in place.
Thank you, Your Honor.
July 21st, 2021, I'm sorry, 28th, 2021 at 3 p.m. for entry of order. So what that means for you, Mr. Jenkins, is if this matter has been resolved and the entry and the order has been entered, then you don't need to show up and wait in this environment like today. Okay, Mr. Jenkins? But you know.
Okay, because he talked to my landlord last week. She said, I got a call from the Hawk people. So I don't know what's going on.
Well, they have to prepare documentation based on the worksheet that came over. And so the attorney has to do that. And so the attorney doesn't have that document yet. So we got to figure out where the documents are, and then they will prepare it. So we hopefully will have that done by the 28th date. Okay, sir?
Okay, the 28th July, 3 p.m. man, right?
That's correct.
Okay, they gonna send me another
Notice in Zoom? Yes, they will.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. McKinley Inc., Aspen Chase versus Tony Williams, 21C0137.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Parisa Gazeri, appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Williams. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm okay.
Good.
Your
All right.
Honor, on this one, we do have worksheets. I actually just sent over a proposed conditional order of dismissal to my client to review. And once it's approved, it'll be presented to Mr. Williams for review and signature.
All right, Mr. Williams, do you understand what's going on, sir?
Yeah. What does the dismissal entail?
Well, that means I can't tell you what it entails. I can tell you that it's in preparation. They sent it to you for your review. So you have to sign, you don't?
It hasn't, it's been sent to my client for review. And once,
They do, as in future, not they have. They do. You sent it to him, right?
it's been sent to Aspen Chase to review and sign off on, and then it goes to Mr. Williams.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So after it's gone over to the landlord, then it will come over to you, sir, and you'll get a chance to see it once it's been approved by the attorneys and by the landlord, and you'll see what they're paying. Doesn't the worksheet go to the client before all of that happens, though?
Yes.
So you should have received a worksheet sort of giving you a precursor or an outline of what was going to happen in the conditional order of dismissal. Did you get that, sir?
Yeah, I got the email.
Okay. So that's what happens. They have to put that in a legal document, and then becomes the conditional order of dismissal. Okay, and they'll send that to you before it's sent to the court.
One second. I just got a document from Aspen Chase in my email. I think this is it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably the conditional order of dismissal.
All right. So do you want to go in the chat right now, and maybe you can just resolve this and get it done today? All right. Thank you. I'll put you in the chat. He has a lot of questions that I can't answer. So
Thank you.
I'll put you in that chat, and hopefully we can get this resolved.
Thank you. Will you send Jillian as well?
Yes, of course. Mr. Williams, correct. Swan Creek versus Larry Kosakowski, case number 21C0289.
Mark Lando for the plaintiff.
All right, Mr. Kosakowski, I have muted you just in case you didn't know. You have to press the star and the 6 to unmute yourself. Your device is making a lot of noise. Oh, yeah, I guess you had unmuted yourself again. Now you've remuted yourself. So star 6 again, please. There we go. All right, last time we were here, I thought we had worked out this matter. There was a long conversation over this case.
We're there, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Isaac Rager, has emailed me the updated EWS. I prepared a conditional dismissal, emailed it over to him, and I think that he's emailed it to Mr. Kosakowski because he emailed me back moments ago saying, can Mr. Kosakowski give his consent on the record today? To which I replied, absolutely. So that's suggesting to me that Mr. Kosakowski hopefully has put eyes on the proposed conditional dismissal.
Mr. Kosakowski, have you seen the conditional order of dismissal in this case? Mr. Kozakowski, are you there, sir? I really begin to believe the day's the 13th and it's a Friday.
Well, while he's trying to figure it out, Your Honor, can I switch gears on you and let Tish Lee go because we've got a case
Can you hear me,
together that's a
Judge?
dismissal. Oh, there we go.
Yes, I can hear you now, Mr. Kozakowski.
Okay. I talked to Isaac. You mean from Hawk?
No, well, yes, but what I'm asking is they sent you a document to your email for you to review, which is the conditional order of dismissal.
I talked to Isaac yesterday, but Your Honor, but he didn't say anything like that. But why I'm talking on the phone and not on a computer, because my computer's not working right, and I can't afford to fix it right now.
So you don't have the ability to see your email, sir?
It sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. He didn't say anything to me, so I didn't look in there. I don't usually go to my email, so I've been hacked so many times, ma'am. I'm afraid to go and open something.
All right,
So
well, there's supposed to be an order in your email right now that if you were to review it, we could get this case resolved today, Mr. Kozakowski.
Okay. So if I can get on there, what do I have to do?
Review that email and then come back and let the court know that you are approving for Mr. Landau to sign for you once you've reviewed the conditional order of dismissal.
Judge, I may have to pull back a little bit from what I said earlier. Here's what Isaac said. It's verbatim. Would he be able to give you consent during the hearing today? Our phones are down here at the office and we are unable to make any calls, so I won't be able to contact him directly. So I'm hoping that means that he did forward the CD to Mr. Kozakowski, but it doesn't actually say that in his email. I can forward it. I can forward it to Mr. Kozakowski.
All right. Why don't I put the two of you in a breakout room? You can forward it to him. You can go over it together, answer any questions he has, and see if we can get this resolved.
I will do that, Judge, but before I go into a breakout room, I want to allow Tish Lee to be able to leave.
Yes, but I heard you. I'm going to try to pull that one.
Okay.
All right, we need a case number on that, please. We need a case.
0311.
431.
Oh, no, whoops. Nope, sorry, my bad.
I'm like, we're not in the forest, so I don't know.
No, Tish, do you have it?
Yeah, just a second. It is 21C1115.
1115. At what time?
It was at 2 o'clock.
All right, that was already dismissed. Apparently you sent in the dismissal and I guess I signed it already.
I had sent in my secretary sent in the dismissal at some point between yesterday and today.
All right, so that is done. It's already off the docket.
Thank you. If you could send me a copy of that, Mark, that would be great.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kozakowski. Oak Ridge Apartments versus Jenny Jones, 21C 1379 LT.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Jones. Miss Jones. No, is there someone here? Mr. Aaron Cox? Or someone for that firm? Okay. It's been so long, Mr. Gerder, I'm sure you didn't even recognize what was going on. I'm having
Sorry.
No, that's
It
okay.
has been a while. I am ready, yes, for the plaintiff.
All right. And please state your name. I don't think we said that. I said it, but you didn't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Brian Gerda, P80756 on behalf of the plaintiff.
Thank you. All right. We were here back on June 30th. There was an appointment that was supposed to be on the 21st, I believe. Ms. Lee, I'm hoping that the system is working right now so you can tell us an update.
Your Honor, this is one of the paper applications with Hawk. It is under review by a caseworker. He has all the documents that he needs to process the paperwork. He requested a little more time to complete the worksheets.
All right. This also has not had its 30-day stay. It appears that we did not do that last time. So I'm going to adjourn it for 30 days and hopefully you will get your documents in before then. So it sounds like the worksheet is on its way.
Okay.
Yes, I talked to him on Thursday as well of last week.
August 18th, 2021 at 2 p.m.
Okay.
And hopefully they'll get everything to you. They'll pay your rents and Mr. Gertis' client will be satisfied. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day,
Thank you, Your
everybody.
Honor.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Excuse me.
Who's speaking now?
Tony, I'm wondering if this case is if I can go or it's still in court.
You're still in court, sir.
Okay.
McKinley Inc., Aspen Chase, Tony Williams, 21C0137.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Sorry, Ms. Gazari, thank you.
Your Honor,
Mr.
sorry.
Williams, if Mr. Williams, if you hadn't interrupted, I could have called the case by then. Please stop interrupting me during court, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Williams has signed the COD. I'm emailing it to the court right now, so I don't think we need an EO date.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Williams, you have the opportunity to interrupt anymore because he's done for today, correct? He's done for hopefully forever in seeing me on this matter. So, Mr. Williams, I am going to, you're emailing it to the court right at this moment?
I just sent it.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Gazari, I'm gonna hold this file up here so that they can bring me that EO in and I can get it signed before I let you go. I'm gonna let Mr. Williams go, but I'm gonna hold on to this.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Hold on to that for me. All right, Mr. Williams, you are now done with court. Thank you, sir. Have a
All
good
right, thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Swan Creek. Oh, nope, that's not it. McKinley Inc., The Villas versus Shanice Alexander. Case number 21C1009.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Miss Alexander. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
As stressed as you are with your hair right now, that's probably how I'm doing, but all right, we're here because last time we were all here, but you weren't here, Miss Alexander. Oh wait, you showed up late, didn't you?
Yeah, I was late. Yes, ma'am.
And let's see where we are. It was under review by Tia.
Yes, she had emailed me either yesterday or the day before that she needs some documents, but I just realized I thought it was my phone for the portal thing, but you guys been saying it's been messing up, so I haven't been able to see what documents she requested.
Oh.
But and she said she needs those by Thursday, but I haven't been able to see what she requested.
All right, maybe Miss Lee can help us if she can get to the portal. Depends on whether it's working. Miss Lee, are you able to give us any assistance?
Your Honor, this case is with SOS. I am not able to access her any details on her case, but I will leave a note that for the caseworker to contact Ms. Alexander outside the portal.
Okay.
Thank you. So she emailed that those need to be in by tomorrow. So is that going to like cancel my case? If like what would happen then?
I don't think it will cancel your application, but
okay.
you should get those back to her as soon as possible. Miss Lee is going to send them a message. Hopefully she will get that message today, indicating that you are unable to access the portal because of its instability, and therefore give you some additional time to get that in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Given that, Ms. Kazari, what would you like to do on this? Do you want to put it over for a couple weeks to see where we are with it, since we're still waiting on documents?
I think so. I thought at the last hearing they were pretty close. I guess maybe we didn't know.
Yeah,
about the worksheet.
that's kind of what I thought too, but
it was still in review. She just emailed me what she needed.
Okay. I'll put it over to the 28th to see if we have all the docs in at least. So July 28th, 2021. At
Thank you.
I'll do it at 2:30 p.m.
And will the worker be giving me a phone call, or will she be emailing me?
She will be emailing you.
Okay, I'll watch my email.
McKinley Inc. Schooner Cove versus George Clark, 21C 1019.
Oh, I'm all set, Your Honor. I'm done.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
Last time we were here, we learned that Carmen was assigned to this case. It was with Hawk. That was back on June 23rd. Can someone tell me where we are with this, please?
Your Honor, I'm so sorry. Who's the defendant in this case?
I'm sorry, George Clark. Mr. Clark, are you still? Yes, you are. Mr. Clark, how are you today?
Good. How are you, ma'am?
I'm good.
Your Honor, my understanding is that the worksheets have been completed. There have been a little confusion between the charges. So the worker was in communication with the landlord to get some clarification on that. Once that gets cleared out, we will be able to send the worksheets out.
All right. I had some commotion going on to the site. I'm sorry I didn't hear what you say was happening. There was some confusion about what that was, please.
About the fee that was charged.
Okay.
On the ledger.
All right, thank you. So it sounds like that's a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Do you agree? All right. So do we want a July 28th date to return?
Is that, Ms. Lee, do you think that's sufficient to get the work? And when do you think the worksheets will be issued once that's cleared up?
I think it should be sent by the end of this week.
Yeah, 2 weeks sounds good.
July 28th, 2021 at 2:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Judge, I wanted to let you know that I'm back from the breakout room. Kosakowski's still in there. He's a call-in, so he needs to be pulled out.
Yes, we're working on that now. It takes 60 seconds.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Lakeview versus Cassandra Jimerson and Keontra Jimerson, 21C 0353.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rachel Dornbush, Palace Law, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Keontra Jimerson.
Good afternoon. Last time we were here, June 30th, we learned that this was a Hawk transfer case, whatever that means.
Your Honor, I do have an update with respect to this matter. I received a worksheet. Actually, I believe it came from Hawk, not SLS. And I did prepare a proposed conditional dismissal, and I believe both Ms. Jemersons have executed it. However, while that was being executed, I did have some additional communications with the caseworker at Hawk suggesting that she may need to revise the worksheet because some additional amounts had come due since the worksheet had been prepared. I've reached out to her a couple of times, but haven't heard back yet. Taking that into consideration, Your Honor, I would, if Ms. Jemerson doesn't object, propose a 1 week adjournment or maybe set it out for 2 weeks for entry of order so I can verify with Hawk if there's going to be any adjustments. And then I can finalize the conditional dismissal and get it submitted to the court.
Ms. Jemerson, any thoughts on that?
I'm okay with that.
All right. I'll put it over to July 28th, 2021 at 3 p.m. for entry of order. If the order is prepared and entered at that time, Ms. Jemerson, you do not need to be present. So it may behoove you to try to reach out to your worker also to see if they can get moving on the question of whether or not the worksheet needs to be revised.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you all back on the 28th, or hopefully we won't have to come back. Swan Creek versus Larry Kozakowski, 21C0289.
Mark Lando for
Yes,
the
Your
plaintiff.
Honor.
All right, were we able to work out anything in the breakout room?
We were, Your Honor. In the breakout room, Mr. Kosakowski said he's really having difficulties with his computer, and me emailing it to him so that he could put eyes on it was just not a realistic possibility. So I did read the conditional dismissal to him verbatim, top to bottom. And we went over a few of the questions that he had, and he is satisfied with the conditional dismissal as read. So I am prepared to submit it to the court.
Thank you. If you could please go ahead and do that. Is that correct, Mr. Kozakowski? I think I'm gonna request that, because he can't see it, I'm gonna request that you submit it on the 7-day. It does not have to be signed by me for anybody to get paid. So I think I'm gonna request that it be submitted on the 7-day.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then that means that, are you submitting that today, Mr. Landau?
Yeah, I had it queued up just to submit the order. I got to prepare a 7-day notice. And I guess I have to mail it to him. Then I guess that's what that
because
means.
otherwise he doesn't have a copy of it, and I need to make sure he has a copy and that everything is going the way it's supposed to be. All right, so.
I understand.
All right.
Okay. So it'll take me a couple minutes to get the 7-day order prepared up.
I'm gonna hold that one up here too until I can get that over here, because I'm not doing an EO date. All right.
Right.
Thank you. You're all set, Mr. Kozakowski. Hopefully you don't have to show back up here. I should be getting an order and this will be all done. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Country Meadows Apartments versus Derek Burks, case number 21C0538LT.
Mark Lando on behalf of the plaintiff.
Mr. Burks, how are you today?
Yes. And you?
I'm pretty good. All right, we are here after a May 20. Haven't been here for a while. So I don't know how this happened. May 26th to today's date. Ms. Lee, are you able to give us an update? Last time we were here, we knew it was with SOS. It had not been assigned a caseworker yet.
Your Honor, it's with SOS. The worksheets have been already sent to the landlord on June 22nd.
Oh. All right. Mr. Landau.
Yes, Your Honor. As of yesterday, I just got the as of today, I just got the worksheet, and I am prepared to prepare up the conditional dismissal. I just haven't had the 12 hands that I need to be able to do that.
I understand. All right, so I was wrong. You guys were back here on the 23rd, and we're supposed to be here for EO today. I was like May 26th to today. I didn't flip a sheet over apparently, so I apologize. All right, so when can you get that EO in? Because we're here for EO today, and
Right, so I will finish it before the end of the day today. I will get it to Miss Young, Andrea Young, who sent it over to me. If I have Mr. Burks's email address, I can email it directly to him. So maybe put us in a breakout room and I can get that.
All right, I'll put you in a breakout room to do that. We'll bring you back on July 28, 2021 at 3 p.m. for EO again. And again, if it's all done, no one needs to be here. But otherwise, I'll see you on the 28th. We'll put you in a breakout room. Let me make sure this is not yours. It is not. Okay, you can go into your breakout room at this time.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. This is, but it's gone. So there's no one here in the Cooper case. They were?
No, she's here.
All right. Miss Cooper. Miss Cooper. Skylar Cooper.
Hi, Your Honor.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are
All right,
you?
this actually was Mr. Landau's case, but he already put on the record earlier that it's a conditional dismissal, so you don't need to be present. I've already
All right,
said
thank
that.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Village Grove 18 LLC versus Rhonda Malcolm, case number 21C0871.
Good afternoon, once again, Your Honor. Daniel Landman on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Landman. I have just received and am signing a stipulation in order for conditional dismissal of this matter. Ms. Malcolm, are you present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, how are you, Ms. Malcolm?
Hi, thank you. How are you?
Okay.
What a happy day today.
Yes, I've signed your conditional dismissal. You're all set. This matter is done.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Have a good day. Thank you all who helped.
Two people in the waiting room? Right, all right. All right, there is a Brina Dugan. Someone listed as Brina Dugan. Could you please tell us your first and last name?
Yeah, I'm here. It's Brenna Dugan.
Brina Dugan. Which case number are you here on, ma'am, please?
21C 1172.
What time is it? Was it scheduled for, ma'am?
3:30 today. You might have an update on this. I signed a paper with the landlord's lawyer yesterday.
Okay.
I wasn't even sure if you needed me to come, so maybe that's why you're not seeing it.
All right, that matter has been dismissed already, Ms. Dugan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Galaxy Note 10?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have someone else that's connecting to audio. They seem to be asleep.
It's Mr. Salisbury, and I don't know why he's here.
Okay. Did it get dismissed? I think he's sleeping. I think he's prepared. Conditional dismissal. Mr. Salisbury, oh, he can't hear me. All right. Mr. Salisbury appears to be sleeping anyway, but he's not connecting to audio. All right, let's go through. What do we have left? Those are all the people that are in the room.
This guy keeps asking about it. Okay. That person hasn't appeared yet.
All right. All right, Low Credit Rents LLC versus Benjamin Scribbling Elmore and Tashawn Scott.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joshua Kosmerick, P80941 on behalf of the plaintiff, Low Credit Rents LLC.
Good afternoon. So the last time we were here, back on the June 30th date, it was adjourned to today's date for a worksheet again. Do we not have the worksheet still?
I believe that we do, Your Honor. My client forwarded me an email from Isaac Rager at Hawk verifying that funds have been approved and will be forthcoming. I just need to get a COD prepared and signed, and I'll have that provided to the court. If we could get a date 2 weeks out, I expect to have that submitted well before that date.
Does anyone know where Mr. Benjamin Scribbling Elmore is? All right, I'm noting in the file that he failed to appear today. If we come back again and he's not here, then, and we're not done with this case, which I'm hoping we will be, we'll deal with that at that time.
Of course, Your Honor. And for the record, I don't believe he appeared at the June 30th hearing as well.
All right, I did not note that. All right, I will set this over to July 28, 2021 at 3 p.m. for entry of order. Okay.
Yes. Additionally, for the record, Your Honor, there was a co-defendant, Mr. Tashawn Scott. He has not appeared at any of these proceedings. I do expect just to submit a dismissal without prejudice. as to him only, and then the conditional dismissal as to Mr. Scribbling Elmore.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Burks, I think you're all done.
Oh, okay. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Okay. One second, please. Any of those cases. Let me start over. Arbor One Apartments versus Darnell Williams, 21C, 1449.
Judge, good afternoon again. Robert Novak appearing on behalf of the plaintiff. Your Honor, this matter was set for 1 o'clock. Mr. Williams has failed to appear again. I believe this is the second or the third time we would ask the court for a default judgment. I may be sworn in.
You may be sworn in, but he's applying for SERA fundings, and he was present last time. Do you want that? Well, let me confirm that. Ms. Lee, are you able to see Mr. Darnell Williamson?
Yes, Your Honor. It's in the portal. I am not available. I'm not able to log into the portal right now, but it has not been assigned yet to a caseworker as of yesterday.
So he was present last time and had applied. He did fail to appear at the June 23rd hearing. So there's money that's available. Trying to default somebody that can get your client paid? Is that what you want to do?
Judge, I just want my client to get paid. Let's adjourn it for a couple of weeks. I think we were using the August 4th date before.
Yes. I am noting that he failed to appear. So if we don't have any movement in terms of the application, we'll reconsider your default request at that time, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Judge.
August 4th, 2021 at 1 p.m. Arbor One Apartments versus Brianna Smith, 21C, 1453.
Judge, again, Robert Novak appearing on behalf of the plaintiff. Now, Ms. Smith wasn't here, is that correct?
She said she was here. She said she was not served last time. Some other lady was served, her sister, I believe. So she was here. I have extensive notes about her being here.
Okay.
She was not present at the first hearing on June 23rd. Ms. Lee, are you able to see whether or not she has applied? Last name is Smith, first name is Brianna, Briana.
Your Honor, the portal is not working right now, but when I was going through the docket yesterday, I did not see their application in the system.
Thank you. What is the outstanding balance in this matter?
Judge, I have through the end of July, $1,235.61 in back rent. I have $197 in court cost for a total of $1,432.61.
Great. What I will do for you, Mr. Novak, is if you raise your right hand and be sworn, do you swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I
do, Judge.
All right, thank you. We have to let in this device and then we'll see who this is. Given that she is not present today, she showed up last week indicating that, or the 30th, indicating that she's going to apply and has not applied. I will grant you a default. I will not issue a writ without hearing.
That seems fair, Judge. I will get that over shortly. Thank you for the time today. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you.
You're very compassionate.
All right.
And understanding.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Sir, the Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Again, I'm going to try to talk to you to try to get your name so that we can make sure that we can call your case. Can you hear me, sir? If so, nod your head. You're still not, I don't know why we can't hear you. Is your device hooked into your car and therefore it's not being picked up? Can you do you know how to turn off your Bluetooth? Nope, I still can't hear you. Can you type, do you know how to type your name in the chat? Do you know how to use the chat feature? You can nod your head, I can see you. So do you know how to use the chat feature? Yes or no? I can't hear you, sir. Do you know how to use the chat feature? Yes or no? Nod your head or shake your head. Can you hear me? Okay, now you're sideways. All right.
Your Honor, I believe I remember him from another, I think that he might be here for 21C 1160. I think he might be the plaintiff. I remember his face.
Oh, you think he might be the plaintiff and the George?
I believe so.
I think you might be right. Yes. Are you Mr. McCullicky? Or Machulisi? Sir, can you nod your head? Are you Mr. Machu? Oh, he can't hear me either. All right, he can't hear us either, unfortunately. All right, Lakeview versus Luke Hanna, 21C 1578.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rachel Dornbush, Appellate Law on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon again. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear to affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. For the record, Your Honor, Rachel Dornbush, Appellate Law on behalf of the plaintiff. Your Honor, there is rent to retain of $186.70. Court costs are $156 for a total due of $342.70. We'd ask for entry of a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Ms. Dornbush?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the $186.70 that's owed? Is that the balance on something?
That is the balance, Your Honor. There have been, well, there was a payment made on 7/1 for $1,900. So the 342.70 is the remaining balance due inclusive of the court cost. So the $1,900 payment didn't pay it in full. It still left partial payment on the account. I mean, there's utility charges, base rent, which is lot rent, home rent. I mean, I can't break it out from what the specific amount is because the payment gets applied to the oldest balance due first.
I understand. I'll let you know that I'm not likely to do not this week. There's usually some miscommunication when it's this low and the tenant just does not know that they owe that low balance still.
Sure.
Because they paid $1,900. Ms. Lee, do you see an application in the portal if the portal is working at all?
Who's the defendant on this case, Your Honor?
It's Luke Hanna, Ms. Lee, and the occupant was the individual who had applied under EDP. So I believe that's probably the person who was making the payment and probably the individual who would apply if there was an application. Her name is Crystal, and the last name is Okonkwo, Okonkow. And Your Honor, this is the second hearing in this case. It's the second non-appearance. If Your Honor is inclined to adjourn this for a week to see if the payment is made in the interim, I don't have an objection. Or if Your Honor would want to put in the further orders, no writ without a hearing, to see if the payment gets made between now and then.
My main concern is that we're trying to make sure that people don't get judgments during this period of the pandemic. So I don't want to give someone a judgment for $342.70. So
I wouldn't necessarily have an objection, Your Honor, to just submitting a conditional dismissal for the 342 and just have it entered by default, giving them the opportunity to pay that and have the case dismissed against them.
I will do that.
Okay.
So I'll give you a conditional dismissal upon payment of $342 and give them a time frame to do that. And then if they don't do it, I'll give you your judgment.
Okay. Absolutely, Your Honor. Can we do it for the statutory 10 days for payment by the 26th?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get that prepped and sent into the court for entry.
I like that workaround. Okay.
Try to be
Thank
creative.
you.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you. I'm gonna try the gentleman with the device again and see if he can get connected. I already did it. Lakeview versus Tara Campbell, 21C, 1395.
The record, Your Honor, Rachel Dornbush, Palace Law, on behalf of the plaintiff.
Good afternoon. It is 3:55 and there is no Tara Campbell present. This is the second hearing. She was present at the first hearing, Ms. Dornbush. Ms. Lee, do you perchance have anything in your non-working portal system, or have you checked in advance that you could give us an answer?
Your Honor, this case is with SOS. That's all I know right now.
All right, so that means there is an application that is good to know.
Yes.
Ms. Dornbush, I'm sure you can check in with Elise to try to figure out whether the application is in for your landlord, and then we can, well, your landlord doesn't apply, but you can provide the ledgers or whatever is needed to get
Yeah,
this.
I sent over to Ms. Lee today, and I believe she's forwarded it to SOS for me. Your Honor, I maybe set this one out for 8/4 and see where things are at that point, along with my other matter that was adjourned a few weeks out. I'll defer to Your Honor, though, if there's a better date for you.
Well, they're technically due their 30-day stay, which would take us to 8/18.
Oh, I think we got a 30-day stay back on 6/6.
Right, you did. The problem is it wasn't before me, and so it's not in here, so I can't tell for sure. So that's the scale stay. So I will give you the 8/4 date.
Perfect.
At
Judge.
2:30.
Perfect. And I think that may resolve my cases this afternoon. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, with the Galaxy Note 10, let's try it again. Can you hear us now? Galaxy Note 10? No, you still can't hear us? I'm sure you can answer me, although you can't hear me. That's too bad. No. Can you hear us? Maybe call in with just your phone. Have him try to call in with just his phone. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Lake Point Trafalgar versus Kiera Fleming, 21C 1575.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Ms. Addison again. This is your 3 o'clock. That's at 4 o'clock that you're back for. Huh? All right. So apparently he wasn't here last time, but there was a SIRA application that was submitted.
That's true. I don't know if Ms. Lee has any updates for us.
Your Honor, it has not been assigned to a caseworker. It is with Hawk currently.
Based on the conversation today, Ms. Addison, I do expect that it will be assigned shortly because they're up through July 9th is what I was told. So they probably applied somewhere around the 7th. Nope, this is July 7th. So no, it may not be assigned anytime soon. I'm not sure when the application went in. So.
Okay. What would Your Honor suggest then as far as time?
I'm looking at least a 3-week adjournment based on where we are right now, to at least try to get an update. So that
I have no objection to that, Judge.
Okay. August 4th date.
I do see a note here that it looks like Hawk might need an email address for the landlord. Ms. Lee, if you need that, can you please use my email address?
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you so much.
I'll do that at 2 p.m. I will note that the defendant has failed to appear at 2 previous hearings. Ms. Lee, please write a note. Are you able to write a note to the worker today?
I'm using a different spreadsheet right now, so.
Okay. Please indicate to the worker that they need to express to the tenant that they need to be at the next hearing. This is not a situation where they just apply and don't show up, so that a judgment can enter against them if they don't show up here.
Okay, I will relay that information.
Thank you. Lake Point Trafalgar versus Jalen Foster, case number 21C 1573, Jalen Foster.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the plaintiff would move for entry of a default judgment. The amount of unpaid rent is $847.59. $152 is due in court costs. The total amount to retain possession, $999.59. Ask that to be due on or before July 26th or a writ to issue.
All right, Ms. Lee, do you see them in the portal?
They are not in the system, Your Honor.
Thank you. I will give you your default.
Thank you, Judge.
No writ without hearing, though. I don't do writs for anything less than 1,500 without hearing.
I seem to remember that, Judge. My apologies for.
No worries.
One of these days I'll remember.
You're going in a lot of different places. I'm in the same place with the same policy, so it makes it easier. Lake Point Trafalgar versus Beverly Jackson, 21C 1568.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff.
All right. Defendant failed to appear back on July 7th.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'd ask the court for entry of a default judgment. The amount of past due rent, $2,190. $152 is due in court costs. Total amount to retain possession, $2,342. I'd ask that to be due on or before July 26th of 2021 or a writ may issue.
Default and writ after 10 days.
Thank you, Judge.
Country Meadows Apartments versus Philip Sims, case number 21C0541. I'm sorry, 1 second. Did I ask whether or not this person was in the system? I don't recall. That would be Beverly Jackson.
They are not in the system, Your Honor.
And Ms. Lee, at any time, if you see that we're going down the path and there's a Sarah app there, please let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I had one final case for Lake Point, and I was made aware that that a conditional dismissal was going to be submitted by the legal aid attorney that had been assigned to it. That was Lake Point Trafalgar versus Lucius Printup. I'm wondering if the court has received that.
No, that's not the one you just gave me. What's the case number on? All right, here we go. I have received Lake Point versus Lucius Printup, and I am signing it right now.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that concludes all of my matters today. Thank you so much for your patience.
There's one more that I guess you submitted a dismissal on. I'm signing that as well.
Oh, yes, Judge.
Lake Point versus Stephen Williams.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Addison for the plaintiff. Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff would move to have this matter dismissed.
Thank you.
Now I'm done.
Now you're done.
Thanks, Judge. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Country Meadows versus Philip Sims, 21C0541.
Mark Land on behalf of plaintiff.
All right. This matter was with SOS. Kristen had been assigned when we were back here on June 23rd. Do we have any updates, Ms. Lee?
Your Honor, the update from SOS indicates that they are waiting on a COD.
Mr. Landau.
My associate Aisha Faruqi emailed a copy of the proposed conditional dismissal to, bear with me, Mr. Sims.
When did he email that to him? Or when did she or he email that to Mr. Sims?
Yes, I've got the email address. I won't say it on record, but
the question was when. When did that happen?
oh, when? Sorry, on July 9.
All right. All right, what I'll do is put this over to our July 28th, 2021 date for EO, and hopefully you can follow up, or your office can follow up to make that signature happen for us.
We will do our best, Your Honor. Try to lead the horse to water. Can't make him drink, though.
I understand. Benchmark the Metals versus Grisha Gomez, 21C1554.
Mark Lando for the plaintiff. The previous case was 3 p.m., right?
Yes, it was. EO for 3 p.m.
Got it.
Yeah, sure. Grisha Gomez present? No Grisha Gomez. All right, so what we're going to do today is, let's see, they were here last time on July 14th, and they have not shown today. Is there a application on file from a Grisha Gomez, G-O-M-E-Z? Grisha is spelled G-R-E-C-I-A.
Your Honor, they are not in the system.
All right, defendant has failed to appear. Mr. Landau, as you know, I give people 2 times before I issue a default. So I'm gonna put this over for 1 week, to see if they appear next week. Are you on my docket next week, Mr. Landau?
That's a silly question, Judge. But you know I'm checking just to make sure. I am 2 p.m.
All right, I'll set it for 2 p.m. July 21, 2021. Timberlands versus Alonzo Armstead, case number 21C 1539. Have you been sworn in yet?
Mark Lando for the plaintiff.
Have you been sworn in yet, Mr. Lando?
Oh, I have not.
All right. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right. Last name is Armstead, Armstead. You may proceed, Mr. Landau.
Thank you, Judge. We are requesting a default judgment of possession for non-payment of rent. The rent owing is $2,520.50 plus $155 in costs. The total is $2,675.50 with a writ issue if not paid in 10 days.
They are not in the portal, Your Honor.
Thank you. Default and writ to enter. So you are granted.
Thank you, Judge. I think that concludes my docket.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Can you hear us, sir? Oh, I think you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yes.
I
can hear you.
apologize. I apologize. Technical difficulties. I
Yes.
apologize.
Are you Mr. and I'm gonna butcher it. Are you Mr. Michilici?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
How do you pronounce it?
Mikulich.
Mikulich. I did butcher. All right.
Thank you. No problem. Don't worry.
All right. Court will call the case of George Mikulich versus Seneca Burns, case number 21C 1160. Mr. Michelet is here and has been here for most of the day. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear us, and we could not hear him due to technical difficulties. The last time we were here on June 23rd, the defendant failed to appear at that time as well. And the matter was under review by Hawk, though, for funding. Ms. Lee, are you able to give any updates on this matter?
Your Honor, I'm still not able to get into the portal, but when I reviewed the docket yesterday, it was still under review, and I don't think we had the worksheets completed on this case.
All right. Mr. Mitchell, do you understand what that means?
Yes. Not sure, but I have a settlement statement that I agreed with from
Oh, you
Sierra.
do? You have that statement?
I do. Yes, as of July 10th. Yeah, I agree. They emailed me and I agree with it, and they're supposed to send the funding.
All right. Well, what is supposed to happen next is someone has to prepare a conditional order of dismissal. Is there
Okay, that's the next step.
Yeah. Is there anyone from legal services that could help him with or advise him on that piece?
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just got access to the portal. I'm looking at Seneca Burns's application. I don't see any worksheets or settlements uploaded in the portal. Can I ask who sent that to you?
I know her first name. That's coming from. I didn't write it down, but it's coming from Brandy.
Brandy. Ooh.
Brandy, I don't know her last name. I have to check my email.
She is at SOS. I think this is a duplicate
SOS.
application.
Yeah. She is with SOS. Yeah.
Oh.
But
this is a duplicate application.
Is it?
Yes. And it is under processing at SOS. So I think we are good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, it says settlement statement, release and waiver of rent, arrearage, State of Michigan COVID Emergency Rental Assistance Program, Sierra.
All right. So what can we do to assist him, Ms. Hoover?
Your Honor, Your Honor, my last day at legal services is this Friday, so I probably won't be able to assist. However, if you could put me into a breakout room with him, I could get his contact information and then see if someone can follow up with Brandy to get all of the worksheets, see if we can help out.
So this is your last Wednesday with me?
Yes, Your Honor, it is, unfortunately.
I'm sad. Okay.
Me too.
All right, I'll give you your breakout room.
Thank you.
And then
Thank you.
when you come back, let me know, and I will give you a date based on what we think we can do.
Okay.
Bring him with that. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Ms. Hoover?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm. Mhm. McKinley Inc. Aspen Chase versus Sydney Fletcher, case number 21C0140.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Parissa Gazari appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
Good afternoon. All right, we were back here on June 30th. The case was assigned to LaShonda back then. This was one that we were in the process of doing an eviction, and we ended up getting him working through Sarah funding. What is
That's correct. I believe it was requested that this one be expedited as well.
It was. Ms. Lee, is your system working at this moment?
Your Honor, is the defendant Sydney Fletcher?
Yes, SYDNEE.
Your Honor, from the update that I got yesterday from Elise, it says that it is still under review by Brandy, and they will need additional information from the tenant.
Your Honor, I don't believe the tenant appeared at the last hearing either.
No, I don't believe the tenant did appear at the last hearing. We're outside of the scale stays time period on this one. Even after the writ was entered and they applied, I've given that additional time from May until June 9th. It's up to you if you want to see if you can get the funds or not, Ms. Kazari. What is your desire today?
Your Honor, I mean, I think our client would like the funds, but my concern is that he's not going to comply with the requests.
Ms. Lee, is your portal down at this time? Are you able to see whether he is in contact with? Because the last time I was here, we were here on June 30th, it was assigned to LaShonda. And now it's no longer with LaShonda. You said it was with
Brandy, yes, the portal's working now. I'm not able to access any details on this case, but I can see the case, the reviewer, and it says Brandy.
Okay. But you're not able to see whether or not that they've been able to make contact with.
Unfortunately, no.
With Sydney Fletcher.
Can we pass this case? I can make a phone call.
Yes. That's okay. McKinley Inc. Villas versus Kania Wright, 21C0169.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff. Your Honor, we actually do have worksheets on this one. I did prepare a conditional order of dismissal, and I believe it's being circulated right now for signature. So if we can adjourn for 2 weeks, the hope is that it'll be signed before the next hearing.
July 28, 2021 at 3 p.m. for EO.
Thank you.
McKinley Inc. Aspen Chase versus Daniel Burton, 21C0442.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff. Your Honor, we did just get a worksheet on this one as well. I have not finished the COD. We could have maybe 2 weeks.
All right, July 28, 2021 at 3 p.m. for EO. McKinley Inc. The Villas at Gulfside versus Shalia Wallace, case number 21C0465.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
All right, last time we were here, we knew that the worker was Tia Brooks. Is there an update on this one, Ms. Lee?
Your Honor, this is with SOS under review by Tia. The update that I got says they just received the updated documents from the tenant, so they will need additional time to complete the worksheet.
August 4th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
McKinley Inc., The Village versus Walter Cade, case number 21C, 1236.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff.
The last time we were here was on June 30th. This matter was adjourned because there was a paper application submitted. It was adjourned to today's date to try to figure out what was going to happen with it. Ms. Lee, do you have any updates?
Your Honor, we actually have an online application with this tenant. It was submitted on July 12th, and it has not been assigned yet to a caseworker.
Sorry, so you did receive an application for him?
Yes.
Okay, so I know that our client spoke to him on July 1st, and he said that he didn't want to go through Sarah. So maybe something's changed now. And he had indicated that he was going to pay his balance, but it doesn't look like that happened.
At the time, the balance that you were here back in June, which would have gone up since then, was $76.11. So he's not here again. What are you requesting with respect to this one, Ms. Gazera?
Your Honor, is this the first time that he submitted the application?
So I'm confused because when I was here, when we were here back on June 30th, my notes indicate that a paper application was submitted. That's what I have written here, which I would have gotten from somewhere.
Yeah, on June 2nd, right?
No, June 3rd.
Oh.
On June 2nd, he made payment arrangements. And we adjourned it out. And then he didn't appear on June 16th. And then the landlord had submitted an application at that time. We came back on June 30th and he didn't appear again. And then you started the default request and then you decided you didn't want to do that. And we ended up here.
Yeah, I thought my notes from June 30th say that he submitted a paper application on June 2nd, 2021.
Yeah, I mean, we were told that there was a paper application by somebody, I'm not sure. So, yeah. But
So
now,
he's already
are you sure that there's not a duplicate application in that system, Ms. Lee?
Your Honor, I might have misspoke, but I do not see any paper application in the system. And like in the email that I sent to Mr. Fink before the hearing on June 30th, I also told him that Mr. Keith was not in the system.
I see.
Well, I don't know what you want to do, Ms. Gazari. This would be the third no-show.
Yeah. So right now, everything is in, Ms. Lee, that's needed?
I think so. It's with SOS currently, so I'm not able to verify that.
Your Honor, I think I want to proceed with a default if the court will grant it.
All right, what are your numbers?
Your Honor, the total rent to retain possession is $3,997.11. Court costs of $162 for a total redemption of $4,159.11. Plaintiff is seeking entry of a default judgment for possession with a writ to issue after 10 days if the total amount remains unpaid.
I will grant you a default. And because there's a Sarah app, I'm going to request that you come back with respect to the writ.
Okay, so no writ without hearing.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
McKinley Inc. Aspen Chase versus Bobby Cunningham, case number 21C1584.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing on behalf of plaintiff. This is a termination of tenancy case. It's my understanding this is the second hearing in this matter. I'd like to proceed with a default judgment.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant's tenancy was terminated pursuant to a notice to, which indicates it's due to repeated noise violations and violations of the lease, paragraphs 9 and 16. In particular, defendant has not moved out and he's failed to appear at last week and this week. So I request that a default judgment for possession be entered against him with a writ to issue after 10 days.
Default for possession only. With writ after 10 days.
Thank you.
So I think the only one we have left for you is the Sydney collection matter that you asked us to pass. Do you need us to pass that in order for you to make some phone calls?
Yeah, can I just make a quick call? Thank you.
These kinds of calls just became like things that's already 21 years because that's on the back. Okay. This is a different one that I don't think we're even calling. And then Mr. Friedman just showed up and just needs to make sure that we have this.
Okay. I'm gonna wait to talk to him. Okay. And this is Mr. Friedman. Mr. Friedman?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you here on the Clark East Tower versus Anthony Evola, 21C0863?
I just wanted to let you know that we had submitted a dismissal.
Yes, I do have that, and I am signing it right now.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, you too. Yeah, it's a hearing. I can't start until I address these last two things. What are we doing? I don't know what I did. We'll be starting our 4 o'clock hearing as soon as I finish just a few short matters. Mr. Biggs and Ms. Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No problem.
Okay.
He's stuck in the right cabinet.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to recall the case of George Mitchell versus Seneca Barnes. Am I muted again? No.
No, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Been a day. All right, were we able to work out a time frame to bring Mr. Mitchell back?
Your Honor, I believe that we agreed 1 week should be sufficient. I'm going to try to help out with this case and see if I can get it done before Friday. We will need to conduct an intake with the tenant too, just because of our LSC guidelines. But I intend to contact her tomorrow and hopefully we'll get this resolved within the next week.
All right, I'm gonna put it on my 3 p.m. for EO. If it's all in, then no one needs to be present. Okay. July 28th, 2021 at 3 p.m. for EO.
July 28th at 3. Thank you.
Ms. Gazari, I have I signed something while you were gone, maybe a couple things that you had submitted. One was the Williams matter. And then I have something here, McKinley Inc.'s gonna go versus Mark Williams, 21C 1193 LT. Are you familiar with that? Yes. Right.
Is that the COD?
This is not. This is a certificate of satisfaction.
Yes. So this is one where we got a judgment, and I think this was scheduled for a writ hearing.
Yeah, well,
It's been adjourned, but he's paid off the judgment amount. So the judgment's satisfied. So there's no reason to continue. I think I want to say he's at a zero balance. So I think we're good.
all right. So why are we not setting it aside pursuant to what we're trying to accomplish with?
I mean, if he appears, we can. Did he appear at the last hearing? Let me see.
It appears you appeared on June 30th. I didn't write defendant failed to appear.
Okay. I mean, if the court would rather us, set that aside, we can do that, assuming he signs.
That is my preference. I'll hold on to this and see if he signs. If he doesn't sign within the next 2 weeks, then I will grant you your satisfaction of judgment. You can have his judgment on the record, but I prefer that we stick with the form that we're in right now.
Okay.
I'll put this over to July 28th to see if he signs.
Night. Yeah, I guess. So I was going to say, could we, instead of having to appear for another hearing, but we'll be here anyway. Okay.
Well, if he signs, no one needs to be here anyway.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. If he doesn't sign, then you do need to be here, but I don't
I'm
know.
probably going to be here anyway.
I don't know a time frame or someone from your office has not been present.
That's true. That's true. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think, oh yes, I need to call that one. McKinley Inc. versus Sydney Fletcher, 21C0140.
Your Honor, for the record, Parissa Gazari appearing for plaintiff. Your Honor, as we discussed, this is a writ hearing at this point. It has been adjourned a number of times, and I think it was noted that we wanted to be expedited. We still don't have anything. My client's preference is just to proceed with the writ. I believe this is one where Ms. Lee indicated that there was more stuff that was needed now. He's not here.
I don't think that's what they indicated, but
It wasn't?
No, I don't think she said they needed more stuff. Just so you know that once they're gone, you can't get the payment. And we've been doing this since January, so it'll be a substantial amount, but that is completely up to you. If you want the judgment, I will give it to you.
Can we, Ms. Lee, can you confirm that, is there additional stuff that's needed?
Was this for Sydney Fletcher?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, they were waiting on additional documents from the tenant.
I see. Okay.
Your Honor, I talked to our client and they'd like to proceed with the writ.
Right. What's the amount?
So the amount that
no, never mind. We already have the writ, so I'll sign your writ. Never mind.
Okay.
I understand that.
And let me just double check that nothing's been paid on it. I don't believe that it has. Let me double check. This is old. Is this old?
Yes. It goes back to January of 2021.
Can we pass this again? I'm sorry. Let me look at this more.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All right, you're gonna be here for a minute, Ms. Gazari. I'll see when I can take a break. I gotta start a hearing. Barry's Rentals versus Carler Stevenson, 21C 1495.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Brandon Biggs on behalf of Barry's Rentals.
Good afternoon. Ms. Stevenson, you need to hit the star and the 6 to unmute yourself. Ms. Stevenson, can you hear us? Ms. Stevenson, can you please state your name for the record?
Carla Stevenson.
All right, thank you. All right, we're here for a hearing today. This is a termination of tenancy matter. I had parties have been before me twice before, once on June 30th, and it was adjourned to allow Ms. Stevenson some time to get counsel. It appears that both sides were here and supposed to provide documentation. At that time, there was Ms. Lanita Carter. Are you appearing in this matter today?
Your Honor, I'm not appearing on behalf of Ms. Stevenson today.
All right, thank you so much. Both sides were to provide documentation, and we scheduled for a hearing today. I have not received any additional documentation from Ms. Stevenson. I know that there was supposed to be a housing inspection that was going to occur. Is that correct?
Yes, but it hasn't occurred, ma'am.
Okay. So we're here for the hearing today. Mr. Biggs, this is,
Yes, ma'am.
This is your hearing. It's your time to present your documentation or proofs as to why your client is entitled to get the premises returned.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And with that assistance, may I call my representative for Barry's Rentals, Miss Cheryl Berry?
Yes, you may. Ms. Berry, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're a witness?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Berry, can you still state your full name for the record to start?
Cheryl Loretta Berry.
And Cheryl, what is it that you do?
I manage the properties for Christine Berry.
Okay. And the property that we're here talking about today, where is that located?
It's located at 535 Calder in Ypsilanti Township.
And who is the tenant that's there?
Carla Stevenson.
And did you and Ms. Stevenson enter into a rental agreement?
We did.
And when did that rental agreement occur?
I believe it was October. See this, please. October 1st, 2019.
And I see you referring to a document there. Can you tell us what that is?
It's a residential lease between Ms. Stevenson and Cyril Berry, which was my father.
Thank you.
He's deceased.
And when did that lease agreement terminate?
It's not been terminated. It's on a month-to-month.
Thank you. More specifically, but the original terms of the lease expired, correct?
Well, the term was September 30th, 2020, and after that, it's on a month-to-month tenancy.
And it's continued on a month-to-month until this point, correct?
Correct.
Now, I understand that at some point this spring, you were required to have an inspection done by the town of Ypsilanti.
Correct.
Can you please tell us what happened there?
The township gave us notice, and at that point, with all my tenants, I give them notice. If there are any repairs that need to be made, I contact my tenants, say, hey, we need to do a review of the property, because sometimes things are overlooked or the tenant doesn't know, and we make additional repairs if they don't know about them, and we go about doing the repairs. And in this case, I left several messages with Ms. Stevenson via voicemail, text messages, notes on the door, knocked on the door, and I had a lot of difficulty getting in touch with Ms. Stevenson. It got to the point where I did call the township and asked for a delay in the inspection. They said, well, just, we'll do our inspection, and, we'll let you know what happens. And I said, well, it's going to fail. I know it is. I said, I'm having difficulty getting in touch with the the tenant so that I can do my repairs. So it did fail. Eventually I was able to contact Ty. I don't remember Ty's last name. Ty is part of an agency that I was originally in contact with for Miss Stevenson. I was introduced to Miss Stevenson through their program. It's a homeless shelter program for veterans. And I knew that Ty has a good relationship with the veterans. So my last resort was to contact Ty, because I was going to, I had papers to evict her, and I didn't want to do that because I had a feeling that she was struggling mentally. So I thought, well, reach out to Ty. I did, and Ty was able to get in contact with Miss Stevenson. And at that point, later on in April, she did allow us to make the repairs needed for this inspection. And at that time, she had told me, hey, you know what, the electrical is not working in my bathroom. I said, okay, well, let me take a look at it. We tried to repair it, my maintenance guy and I, and she, excuse me, we weren't able to repair it. We did several troubleshooting things. So I said, well, we have a second step with the other repair on the property. I'm also going to bring in electrical servicemen. So we'll get the bathroom electrical fixed, and we'll finish the rest of the exterior repair that we need to do. So we were going to be back the next day. My maintenance guy was sick the next day, and we had a conversation via text message, and I explained to her that we weren't going to be able to return the next day. How about, next week? And she explained to me, next week's not going to be good on a certain day. I said, well, she said, maybe Tuesday. And I said, well, Tuesday's not good for us. She said, Wednesday. I said, okay, let's do Wednesday. And so Wednesday, and that was May 5th, we both agreed was going to work for both of us. Tuesday, May 4th, she called me late afternoon, it was around 3:30, and said that she's having her carpets cleaned and we can't come into the home to do this repair because she's having her carpets cleaned. I explained to Ms. Stevenson, I said, I had scheduled to have an electrical serviceman come in and take care of this repair that needed to be done in the bathroom. She goes, well, I can't have you come in. I'm having my carpets cleaned. I said, look, you haven't even given me 24 hours notice. I said, we need to come in and take care of this. We're not going to be in their way. We can do this without any conflict with the carpet cleaner. And she refused and was getting irritated that I was even trying to work something out with her, and ended up hanging up the phone. At that point, I sent her a text stating that we will be coming to the property as we had discussed via text message, and to do our repairs that we had agreed upon. Wednesday came along, and May 5th, knocked on her door. Her doors were locked. We were able to finish the exterior repair because I made sure that whatever had to be done, the storm door didn't need to be open because that was locked. She never answered the door. The electrical serviceman did come to the property. We were not able to enter the property. So that was the end of that. We weren't able to enter the house to do the electrical repair. We were able to do the exterior repair, excuse me, for the township inspection, but we were not able to do the electrical repair. So at that point, this was not the first time that I had difficulty in trying to repair the property for safety reasons. So at that point I said, well, because this tenant is not allowing me to keep my property in a safe manner, it's sounds like we need to, part ways. And that is the day that I issued a 30-day notice for termination of tenancy.
Now, while you were at the property in question, what was the state of the rest of the outside as you were able to inspect it with your handyman?
Well, there was multiple violations. She had the first day that we were there the week prior, when we started to do the exterior repairs, she had guests over. There was, she was entertaining guests, and these guests had brought over a couple of pit bulls, and we have a no pet policy, not just in the house, but anywhere on the property. I explained to Ms. Stevenson that, that you can't have any pets on the property. She goes, well, they're not staying. I said, well, not even on the property. It's a major liability. Don't ever do it again. I appreciate if you remove the pets. There's numerous, hundreds of cigarette butts all over the property. The lawn is not being maintained. It is in the lease that she's to be maintaining the lawn. There's garbage all over the property. The garage door has been chewed by rodents because garbage is being stored improperly in the garage. There is a proper garbage receptacle for the garbage, but there is additional garbage being stored in the garage in trash bags, which is attracting rodents. It appears that the garage has been ran into by a vehicle. I'm not sure exactly how or what. Excuse me. The front porch and awning support was, looks like it had been ran into by a vehicle, and the awning support was knocked down, and part of the porch was damaged and crumbled. I'm not looking at my notes as to what else there was. I'm just trying to recall offhand in my head. When we went into the property to look at her electrical issue in the bathroom, there were ashtrays with cigarette butts. I have a no smoking policy in our buildings. There's absolutely no smoking. The house reeked of cigarette smoke. And obviously there was evidence of smoking because there was cigarette butts in ashtrays, 2 of them to be exact. 2 ashtrays full of cigarette butts. Excuse me. I'm just trying to remember offhand. I'm not remembering what else. Twice we've had to go and maintain the lawn because we've had warnings from the township about the lawn not being maintained. So to avoid any more notices from the township and unsightly property, we've been going over there and maintaining it. I have waited until weeds have been over 36 inches, unfortunately. And she has called the police on me because I went over there to maintain it. And I was informed by the police officer, next time just get a civil assist or whatever. So I complied with that.
Now, where is Ms. Stevens with her rent? It's my understanding you keep ledgers for Barry's rentals as it pertains to rentals. Is that correct?
I do.
And how do you keep those records?
I write them down in a rent ledger.
Okay. And when are those recorded?
They're recorded whenever rent is due, which is the 1st of the month. They're recorded when there is a late fee, which is on the 6th of every month and the 16th of every month if there is a late fee. And any other recordings would be when there is a payment made.
And the correct original ledger is what you're referring to in front of you now?
Yes.
And your copy, I believe it's maybe a few weeks old now since we've been before this court, was also submitted to the court. Is that correct?
I believe it was.
And according to your ledger, when was the last time Ms. Stevens has paid rent?
April 7th of this year,
And how much is rent per month?
$1,200.
And according to your ledger, where does that put Ms. Stevens in terms of her rental arrearages?
Currently, as of today, $4,825, in addition to the water bill, which she has not paid in over 4 months.
Now, why is that water bill coming to you?
The water bill is issued to the homeowner as well as the tenant. The water bill is always issued to the homeowner, but the tenant receives a water bill because she is the sole use of the water and sewer there.
And according to your lease provisions, who's responsible for the water bill?
Ms. Stevenson.
And how long has that remained unpaid?
Let's see. Count balance as of, let's see. Count balance of $157.69 was due by the 2nd of July. And there was a prior balance of $93.45 that was not paid. And these are billed every 2 months. So this one was read, the previous read date was March 31st. So she would have been sent a bill in April, and that bill would have been due in April. That was not paid.
Have there been any other expenses which Barry's Rentals has incurred as a result of the issues that you've had with Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, just the lawn maintenance, which, I have not included in this judgment. I'm not going to include that in this judgment because I take pride in taking care of my properties. I had to pay this electrical serviceman for not taking care of this electrical issue that I wanted to take care of. I can't remember what everything is on here. Oh, yeah. The second inspection for the township did cost us $100, which could have been avoided if Ms. Stevenson would have given us access to the unlocked storm door to perform the necessary repair to that cement threshold. But because I was not getting any response from Ms. Stevenson, my inspection failed. So they had to do a re-inspection, and the re-inspection fee was $100.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
please go after you. No.
Actually, I think you should go first.
Your Honor, based on the testimony provided, we would hereby ask that the sum of $4,825 in past rent, $75 in electrical service fees, $100 in for a second inspection on the property, $157.96 for the unpaid water bill, $162.72 in court costs, and $150 in statutory attorney's fees be assessed against Ms. Stevens, which I believe, if my calculator serves me correctly, comes out to $54.45. No, I'm sorry, that's $54.70.45. Should be the total amount which the plaintiff is seeking, as well as possession of the property as the court would see reasonable.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stevenson, I believe
Yes,
you have
ma'am.
testimony here today, and technically you have an opportunity to ask questions of is it Miss Berry?
That's correct, Your Honor, Ms. Berry.
However, I prefer that we not do that procedure since you don't know how to ask the questions properly. What I'm going to do is allow you to tell me your side of what's going on here today, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. And as far as the water bill goes, the water bill has been paid. I paid, as a matter of fact, I paid it by phone, and it came into the amount of like $164. So that's been paid. Now, as Ms. Berry has said that she had to come and maintain the lawn, she only cut the front, Your Honor. You're supposed to cut the front and the back. And the day that she refers to that I had to call the police on her, she came unannounced. And that was the first thing. She came unannounced. She was very rude and aggressive. She's done this several times. I've been in my home and I've come and looked out my window because she said that they have, I have no access to the garage. And she just comes at her will to access the garage. And she doesn't say, well, Ms. Stevenson, I'm coming to, you know, whatever items they have in the garage, because she's very adamant not to bother the garage. The next thing, when she came to do the inspection, this is really where the situation became very ugly, is because of the front porch, due to, I guess, over time, the bricks came apart. Now, I had contacted Miss Berry and told her about this situation. And as a matter of fact, Miss Berry had came. And when she came to collect the rent, she looks at me and says, what did I do to the porch? I said, I didn't do anything. It's old. The bricks corroded. So then it comes time for this township inspection. Now, when the township inspection came, Ms. Berry left me a note, and it says that, the time of the inspection would be from 7:30 a.m. till 4:30 a.m. Now, this was on March 8th, which it wasn't March 8th when she, actually, that's just the date she put on there. That wasn't the date that it actually was. It was in April when she actually put this notice, and she just wrote March 8th. That's very false. I never kept her from,
Ma'am, can you repeat that? I don't think I understand what you're trying to convey. Can you repeat that again?
Okay, I'm speaking of the note of her talking about the township inspection, Your Honor.
Yes.
And on the note, it says 7:30 a.m. till 4:30 a.m.
I see.
And it's also dated March 8th, which is not the date in which she put this notice on my door.
Mm-hmm.
And when she did finally come to fix the concrete, she just showed up. She didn't call or text. She just showed up. I had no problem with that because it's very dangerous. And it was like that a very long time. It wasn't like it just happened and then a month went by. This was through the winter time. It happened way in January when it actually broke. And then when she's talking about, she had came and she's talking about the dogs, which she did tell me the next day about the dogs, not being allowed on the property, period. No problem, my mistake. Then back to the inspection when the guy finally came, because it was also the roof on the back porch. Due to the storm, it's tin or aluminum. Anyway, the thing flew all the way out into the middle of the street. I didn't even know it was out there. The neighbor brought it back. And I let her know that this tin had flown off the roof. Now, when the guy finally came to with the inspection to do the inspection, he said his name was Tom Haskins. Now at that time, my grass was high, and I asked him. I said, "Am I in violation?" And he went and got like some type of measuring stick, and he showed me. He said, "No, you have like 2 to 3 more inches before you would be in violation." And I said, "Well, thank you," because I was going to get the yard cut like the next day anyway. So when Miss Berry came the last time and I had to call the police on her due to her aggressive behavior, I had scheduled for someone to come and cut my lawn and not just cut the front. And that's when she told me that she had came and cut the front before, because I couldn't figure out who had just cut my front lawn. And that's when she stated that it was her. And she said that she was going to charge me for that. I said, "How are you going to charge me for doing something that you didn't even complete? And if it's going to be a violation, it's still a violation because you didn't cut the back." Doesn't make sense. Yes. And as far as her, excuse me?
How much were you charged for the lawn cutting?
How much was I charged?
Yes, were you charged for that?
Well, she said she was going to charge me.
Okay.
She said it cost $100.
Thank you.
And then, like with the electrical, when she had came to do the cement for the front porch, I did tell her about the electrical in the bathroom. Now, the electrical in the kitchen has been off ever since I've resided here. And now, when I initially, Ms. Berry and my rapport was good because she told me that she was going to come and make sure that the electrical in the kitchen was fixed also. And she was going to make sure that the electrical in the back, so I could have a porch light on the back porch. She never came and did these things. She never came. And she also acted as if it didn't happen, and it has. And then like the kitchen sink, okay, like it was painted or something, whatever she did with that. Now, this stuff has all come off the kitchen sink, and she was aware of that. And she'd been claiming she was going to come and fix that. Nothing never happened with that.
What came off the kitchen sink, Miss Stevenson?
Excuse me, ma'am?
What came off the kitchen sink? You said something.
It's like paint. It's some type of coating, I guess, that she used to put on the kitchen sink, but it's all off.
All right. Ma'am, I just realized that I did not swear you in. Will you raise your right hand and be sworn?
Yes, ma'am.
You swear from the testimony you just gave and any testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yes, and her behavior is really terrible. It's really terrible, and I felt threatened several times by her because she's very boisterous and she's confrontational. And there are people that have been here and have seen her with her confrontation and her harassing behavior. And also, to speak about the water, I was asking her when I first moved here, I couldn't figure out why are the water bills in first her father's name, then her name. So when I called the water company and had the water put in my name, as it's supposed to be, since I am aware, I'm a responsible person. I can handle that. And then she would send me text messages and saying, well, you haven't paid your water bill and things like that. To me, that's out of place.
Well, ma'am, with respect.
When it is in my league.
But that's what happens though, is if it doesn't get paid, it gets attached to the home. It's how it works. So she is not out of place about the water bill. You may continue.
Okay. Now, what else is it? My goodness. Oh, as she's talking about the repair person, there has been no repair person. And when the man did the housing inspection, he said he didn't even have to come in the house. Mr. Tom Haskins said that to me himself because I was very adamant about it. I said, do you need to come inside? He said, no, there's no reason for me to come inside. As long as she has made the outside repairs, which is her responsibility, which I did not create. And he said everything was fine. I didn't give him any trouble.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, he was very informative because then I understood about the yard.
In terms of the number of inches?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything you else you want to tell me or any questions you have, Mr. Biggs?
No, I can't think of anything.
All right.
Your Honor, I simply would just ask Ms. Carla Stevens if she remembers on October 19th, I believe it is stated here, the tenant move-in. She completed and a signed copy of is provided here. I'm not sure if it was in your packet or not, Your Honor, but this is a signed checklist that goes along with the residential lease, which certifies that there were no problems identified by Ms. Stevens at move-in.
Oh, she just never came and picked it up.
We at least
she never. Excuse me, sir. She just never came and picked it up because I still have the move-in checklist, and there are things noted.
Now, Mr. Biggs, who's the attorney for Ms. Berry, is holding a document in his hand that he represents is a copy of your signed documentation indicating that you returned the check-in, move-in, move-out checklist with nothing checked on it.
Well, the one that she issued me also, I still have it, Your Honor. And I did check things because, as a matter of fact, she told me to take my time to do it.
Yes, but this is
so initially when I moved in, no, I did not see any defects because I wasn't aware of the kitchen electric problem and the fan electric problem. I wasn't aware of that. So that document might be valid.
All right. Ma'am, so on October the 1st of 2019, do you acknowledge that that's when this lease began? It's a lease from October 1st of 2019 to September 30th of 2020?
Yes, it was actually, yes, I do acknowledge that.
All right. So then.
It was between the 1st and the 3rd that I did originally move in. Yes, ma'am.
And you acknowledge that the lease itself expired on September 30th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And so as a result, what you're dealing with is a month lease where the landlord gets to provide you with a 30-day notice to move out of the premises.
Your Honor, now this is where I was not aware of, that I was on a month to month, that it automatically went to a month to month. Although it did cross my mind several times as to why I never, signed another lease. But no, ma'am, I wasn't aware of no month to month. I really wasn't. I didn't know that the law fell in like that.
Your Honor, I would draw the court's attention to the bottom of paragraph 1 of the residential lease signed by Ms. Stevens and initialed on each page, which indicates at the bottom that a month-to-month tenancy shall occur upon expiration of the original period.
Well, that's well and fine. as I said, it's something that I just wasn't aware of that had came into effect.
That's correct. It also says that in terms of paragraph number 16 in the lease, ma'am, that it resorts to a 30-day change in terms.
Okay.
So you're on a month-to-month. So what the court is trying to determine today is whether the month-to-month notice that they're providing you today is based on your back rent and failure to pay, which there's a moratorium in effect with respect to that, versus whether or not they're just terminating the lease on a and that the termination of the notice for the month-to-month is based on a retaliatory notice, or whether it's based on the fact that there's actually a problem and they just want the premises back. So that's what the court is looking at determining today, because technically they have the right to give you a 30-day notice to have you move. They don't have the right to do that if that is based on the fact that they're just trying to retaliate because you haven't paid your rent. It sounds like there are some issues here with respect to the maintenance of the home and the actual, at least the lawn, and based on the testimony from Ms. Berry, there are allegations that you have backed into, or someone has backed into, both the garage as well as the awning on the porch. So the court has concerns about those particular issues and the damage that's being done to the premises, in addition to the dispute that the two parties are having with respect to being able to go in to get the repair work done. On the other hand, the court is also concerned about the electrical in the kitchen. So I do have some questions for Ms. Berry with respect to that. Ms. Berry,
Yes.
this electrical in the kitchen, is that the whole kitchen that is out?
This is the first that I've heard of any problems with the electrical in the kitchen. I was brought to attention of the electrical in the bathroom, which that very day that she brought that to my attention, we tried troubleshooting and failed. So we were going to return the next day. My maintenance guy was sick, so that's when we had scheduled for May 5th for the repair in the bathroom. As far as the kitchen, today is the first I've heard of any need of repair of electrical in the kitchen.
What about the township inspection? So he was never allowed to go into the home to do that portion of the inspection?
Now the township, due to COVID, they were doing only external inspections, but along with the inspections, this prompts me to make sure that the furnaces are also safe. So that is when we have a licensed HVAC tech come in and do a carbon monoxide test on the furnace. It usually only takes about 20-25 minutes. Yeah. And they do need to enter the home to make sure that the furnace is safe. And that was one thing that I was trying to contact Ms. Stevenson about. And that is part of the inspection for the township.
You have to provide that documentation to the township that it passed that furnace inspection. I do know that that is a fact. Okay. So
we were not able to do. I was never able to get into the property to do that.
Have the parties tried to reach an agreement with respect to this matter in terms of a move-out date?
We did try, Your Honor. However, all conversations revolving really just led to some concerns about when that move-out date would be. As Your Honor pointed out, my client has serious concerns about the condition of the property, and looking at extending this lease any further would only further jeopardize the condition of the property. The fact that somebody's smoking inside of the home, where there's clearly a no smoking policy printed right on the lease, is in and of itself creating a large problem for my client, that she's going to have to abate that before it can be rented again. And not to mention the trash and everything else cited. So we do have concerns. We did attempt with the assistance of my sister counsel from South Central Legal Services to try to reach an agreement. but have not yet been successful.
What was the last time frame that was discussed for a move out? Well, let me see what's the best way to do this. What date are you looking at other than 10 days, Mr. Biggs?
If rent through this month is going to be applied, the end of the month, Your Honor.
Ms. Stevenson,
Yes, ma'am.
can you be out of the premises by the end of the month, ma'am?
I can definitely be out by the first of the month, for sure, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
All right, what I said was, could you be out by the end of the month, which is the 31st?
I can definitely try.
Well,
but if that's what they would like, I'm willing to comply to that. Yes, ma'am.
So just so that the record is clear, it appears to me that my ruling is that there's been a breakdown in the landlord-tenant relationship and that Ms. Berry has some serious concerns about the condition of the premises. The court has some concerns about the condition of the premises as well. And part of that is I'm not clear who's at fault for the inside electrical issues and who's at fault for the outside. Given that, and I've reviewed so that there's a clear record here, and I'm hoping that Mr. Biggs, you provided these records to Ms. Stevenson as well.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
reviewed the actual text messages that have been sent back and forth between the parties, as well as the notice that was taped on the door from the May, I think it says March 8th, with the inspection timing of it. And so the court does have some concerns about whether or not the tenant has complied with requests to allow the township and to do the proper, or to be present so that the electrical can be done and that the township inspection could move forward as needed, along with the furnace. It does indicate in the letter that was taped to the door that they wanted to have the furnace inspected. And so all of those things do create some concerns for the court. On the other hand, I'm also concerned about what Ms. Stevenson is saying with respect to the electrical, especially in the kitchen. And the issue is that if she had been compliant with the first electrical inspection, then we may have known about the electrical in the kitchen. Having said all that, there are issues outside of just the rent that causes this court to believe that those issues are more compelling than the tenant issue, than the rent issue, and that the landlord is not retaliating with respect to the actual rent here, because there are funds that could assist the landlord and the tenant with respect to the actual rent. And I believe that the request is based on the issues that have come up and not just the rent. Given that today is the 14th, any 10-day notice would put us very close to the end of the month anyway. It is the court's decision that we're gonna, that I will give you a time to move out to July 31st, which is a Saturday. So that would be a great day to have everything completed and the premises returned to Ms. Berry. And it gives you a little bit more than 10 days to find a new space. And I don't know if you've been looking for one, if you have a new space. So that is what I'm going to do. It is my sincere hope that the parties can work together and that you can find another place by the 31st. I would like to not have a judgment entered against her, because the minute she has a judgment, it makes it more difficult for her to be able to get out of the premises because she can't find a new place to stay. We've been very diligent as a system of justice to try to not have people be homeless during the end or the middle of a pandemic. So if there's any way possible that the parties could work on that as a conditional order of dismissal, I would appreciate that. Giving you, Miss Berry, an opportunity to give her time to pay the monies in here. And I know that's going to be difficult. If she doesn't pay, then you would get your judgment. But I want you to give her time to pay that. And then if she doesn't pay within that time frame, you would get an actual judgment. But it gives her an opportunity to at least find a new space, and instead of us having a homeless person at this time.
And what sort of time frame would Your Honor require?
Yeah. And I presume you talked to your client, and despite the fact that there is a program she wants to, because once the tenant is out, they don't pay. They do pay if the tenant is in the home, and you've already discussed this, and you're willing to forego that potential opportunity.
We have, Your Honor, only because it would have required an extension for Ms. Stevens' stay, as it was explained by her at that time counsel. As we indicated, my client's just nervous of any additional damage to the home, and is asking. My client's aware that Ms. Stevens does receive, not a ton of income, but it does have means to pay rent, and this inadvertence has happened on multiple occasions where it's a few months up behind and then is paid all of a sudden. It is certainly our hope that Ms. Stevens will fulfill this obligation.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, why haven't you paid your rent?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Why haven't you paid your rent, ma'am?
I hadn't paid my rent, Your Honor, because of the situation with the repairs. And earlier this year, I had a stalker, and he got out of prison. And so he decided that he would raid my bank account. I'm dealing with fraud, identity theft, and identity fraud, because I was with him for a significant amount of time. The man knows my business, and that was something that I didn't foresee happening. But this has been the problem. I mean, literally taking my monies out of my bank account. That's why I don't use online, because that's how I was able to be hacked, is because I had an email. So I don't even use online banking or anything like that. That is why, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna do a COD with the move out date of July 31st. And you need to pay the $5,470.45 no later than August 31st. And if not, then the COD can be set aside and the judgment can be entered.
Okay, Your Honor, with thank you so much for your understanding. Now, I was also informed by Ms. Carter some agencies in which I can utilize to help me pay this bill. Now,
they don't pay bills when you're already moved out, ma'am. They only pay if you're still on the premises. So you're going to be out. I'm not certain that they're going to help you with that. They may help you with future rents, but not back rents. So what I'm trying to give you is an opportunity to be able to find another place and not have a judgment on your record. And so you need to pay your rent so that you don't have a judgment. If you don't pay your rent, there will be a judgment on your record.
Okay.
Okay.
And so my judgment of the payment amount is this $5,485?
Your judgment is going to be $5,470.45. It includes the $100 re-inspection fee, $157.69 water bill. So the water bill that's
I paid that. Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I did pay that water bill. I have my confirmation number. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Biggs, I'm gonna task you with making sure that you have proof of the payment of that water bill and getting the exact number for the conditional order of dismissal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the rental amount is the $4,825. I'm not sure those numbers add up to the 5470.45 anyway. Mr. Biggs, unless
I could have been doing my math a bit too quickly, Your Honor.
I think it's less than that. I think it's about shortly over $5,000 with the water bill included. So it should be $4,925 with the $100 reinspection fee.
And will costs and attorney's fees be assessed here, Your Honor?
You may do the cost and the standard
Yes, ma'am.
statutory costs and attorney's fees, correct?
Thank you. And I will certainly on the COD be sure to itemize each of those as it applies to the amount to be paid by Ms. Stevens.
Please do.
Well as confirm the water bill. If it's paid, I will not include that.
Please do, and you can do that as a COD that you send to her as soon as possible, so she has not moved out of the premises yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll have that done for you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right.
All right. You have a good evening, Your Honor.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Ms. Stevenson.
I really appreciate your fairness.
All right, Miss Sydney, I just let her in. Miss Fletcher.
Yes, big S.
I don't think this person's at the computer to connect to the audio.
I just texted her, Your Honor, too.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello, Miss Fletcher, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am okay. Ms. Gazzari left, but I'm gonna call this matter and just place this on the record. McKinley Inc., Aspen Chase versus Sydney Fletcher, 21C0140. This matter was before the court and the court called it several times because there was a request for an application in order of an eviction. We had adjourned it several times in order for you to work with Hawk or Sarah for the Sarah application in order to get funding for your rent. It's my understanding, based on communications through the court recorder, that Ms. Gazzari indicates that you've paid the balance on your rent, and so this matter will be closed and placed back into the actual closed file. So I won't be signing the eviction at this time. However, my understanding is that you're behind on your rent again, so you should really try to work with Hawk in order to complete the application process, and they need some documentation from you, Ms. Fletcher.
Okay, thank you. I'm working with Sarah right now. I just talked to the one of the case managers, and I'm just waiting on her to get back to me on how much they can pay.
Yes, and there's some documentation they needed from you. So you need to actually provide that documentation to them, because there probably will be another action forthcoming because of the fact that you're late again. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think that finally completes our docket today. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.